Hey guys, tonight we're slipping into a 15th century Portuguese mapmaker's cabin. That creak beneath your boots. Warped timber from Henry, the navigator's shipyards, the same docks that launched Europe's age of discovery. But watch those floorboards. One wrong step, and you'll fall through into oblivion. And let's be real. If this were an actual 1400s voyage, you'd already be seasick from the cod stink, clinging to these walls. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop a comment below this video with where you're listening from and what time it is there. Maybe Vilnius at 3 a.m. or Perth just after breakfast. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You push open the door, salt-crusted hinges, shrieking like a startled gull. Damp shadows swallow you whole, until a copper gleam catches your eye. A lantern swings above a table buried under parchment, each page crackling like dry skin. The air tastes of brine and something older, moldering, leather, stale incense, desperation. Timber groans underfoot, floorboards bending like the ribs of a starved ship. Historians still argue whether Portuguese mapmakers worked under royal command or sold secrets to rival kingdoms. Either way, one truth remains: this cabin stinks of candle wax and treason. Rain patters against oilcloth stretched over a broken window. Each drop hisses as it slips through gaps, hitting hot brass. You sidestep a puddle reflecting the trembling lamplight, its surface rippling like miniature tides. That's no accident. Early cartographers used bowls of mercury to simulate ocean currents. Don't breathe too deep. That silvery shimmer could explain their eccentric final maps. Your sleeve grazes a half-unrolled chart, its edges frayed by rough seas and rougher handling. Coastlines writhe across the vellum, promising lands no sailor ever confirmed. Some say ship captains chewed on hallucinogenic lichen to endure month-long voyages. Makes you wonder, were those new continents just mold-induced visions? A rat scurries behind a barrel of whale oil, its claws ticking like a dying clock. 3 nails protrude from the wall, each holding a corked vial of indigo powder. Crushed lapis lazuli, worth more than gold in 1,460 Lisbon. Mapmakers blended it with egg whites to paint oceans, a recipe so costly they rinsed brushes onto spare parchment. Those accidental smears, now priceless mystic tide charts in museums. You lean closer, the nearest vial glows faintly, though no light touches it. The floor trembles, just once, as if the entire cabin sank an inch deeper into the cliffs. Bookshelves sag under ledgers, wrapped in fish skin. One spine cracks open, revealing columns of numbers staggered like drunken headstones. Crew manifests, maybe, or lists of bribes paid to silence certain port officials. A cough escapes you, dust and decay clawing at your throat. The sound hovers too long, as if the room itself absorbed it. Funny, they never mention this in history documentaries. How exploration stank of mildew and rotting rope. No glossy reconstructions show the hypothermia, dysentery, sheer boredom between storms. Your bootheel grinds into a black stain, dried blood, or spilled wine. Who could tell after 5 centuries? You trace a map's inked borders, fingertip snagging on a raised ridge of wax, secret messages hid beneath layers, heated to reveal treasonous currents or safe harbors. Some cartographers encoded routes into saints' halos on devotional maps. The church approved God-guiding sailors sounded better than I bribed a Venetian spy. Moonlight bleeds through a tear in the oilcloth, slashing across a stack of letters. Broken seals dangle like tiny ghosts, the red wax brittle as bone. Each page rustles as you near, though no breeze stirs. 3 sentences stand out, scrawled in haste. Prince Henrique demands the errors corrected before monsoon winds shift. A draft snakes up your neck, carrying the faintest whisper of pipe smoke. Impossible, the hearth lies cold, ashes fossilized decades ago. Yet the scent lingers cloying and sweet like opium-laced tobacco. Offshore winds batter the cabin, shudders running through its timber bones. Some claim these coastal cliffs hum during storms, vibrating with trapped screams of shipwrecked crews. You press a palm to the wall waiting, but feel only icy dampness seeping through wood grain. Under the table, a rusted hook gleams, its curve crusted with barnacle scars, tossed aside after mending nets, or gutting fresh-caught tuna for a sleepless captain. Either way, it's unnervingly clean, as if scrubbed daily by unseen hands. Shadows deepen near a barrel of squid ink, the viscous liquid pulsing as you approach. Sailors believed octopus ink held prophetic visions if you dared drink it mixed with rum. Most just vomited for 6 hours. But hey, exploration required flexible standards. The lantern's chain creaks, swaying though the air hangs dead still. Its light paints a scribbled note pinned beneath a lodestone compass. Nossa Senhora des Eras cannot return his map's lie. The compass needle twitches southward toward uncharted waters off Sierra Leone, where 10 ships vanished in 1459. Rain intensifies, hammering the roof like pebbles flung by vengeful children. You retreat toward the maps, their edges curling like beckoning fingers. The lantern flickers once, twice plunging the cabin into inkwell blackness. When light returns, a silhouette stains the far wall tall and stooped, quill poised over parchment. You blink and it's gone. Whale oil sizzles in the lantern, casting shapes that dance just beyond understanding. Your fingertips brush the sea-stained maps, their edges frayed like sailors' trousers after decades of storms. Salt crystals crunch under your palm, Portugal's forgotten sailors once traded spices along routes inked here. Remember that creaking timber under your boots. It harmonizes with the rustling parchment, now a creaky duet older than Columbus's first ships. The lamplight pools over vellum like liquid gold, revealing coastlines that squiggle and dart. They twist like spaghetti dropped by a tipsy cook, if that cook charted the African coast while avoiding sea monsters. Historians still argue whether these distortions hid secret ports or just reflected hangovers from too much fermented cactus juice. You trace a thirsty peninsula labeled Arguin, famous for Portuguese sailors trading horses for gold around 1483. Your pinky swears not to smudge Cape Bojador this time. That hazard swallowed 17 ships before navigators cracked its tides. The ink smells of candle wax and someone's panic sweat, probably a rookie cartographer doubting Mauritius existed. Who could blame him? Drawing islands based on drunken pirate tales ain't exact science. A breeze sneaks through the wall cracks, stirring the map's corner like a beckoning finger. This particular chart shows the Azores with suspicious cloud doodles around them, dragons or coffee stains. Experts think mapmakers used squid ink for black borders, but fringe theorists whisper about lamps fueled by Viking compass shavings. Nonsense, probably, though you half expect a tiny Leif Erikson to pop out demanding parka adjustments. Water damage blooms across Sargasso sea markings, brown stains mimicking its legendary floating seaweed forests. Your nail snags on a patched hole, maybe patched with actual sailcloth from some doomed caravel. That coffee-colored splotch could be actual coffee, the Ottoman ambassador's gift to Prince Henry's mapmakers after some tense trade negotiations. Gift or bribe depended who drank from which cup first. Northern Africa unfurls in jaunty saffron yellow gold trade routes disguised as random squiggles. Those rips near Timbuktu, 8-9 camel caravans, couldn't fix that tear. One corner folds stubbornly, hiding a tiny sketch of a mermaid scowling at an octopus. Cartographer humor or cabin fever art, the jury's still out while you dig seaweed from your boot seams. A coffee ring, or is it a compass rose, bleeds over the Cape Verde Islands. Blame the mapmaker's shaky hands, stuck tallying Atlantic crossing times between wine refills. Ever notice how old maps misplace Cuba the way tourists misplace hotel keys? Here, it's smooshed against Hispaniola like two drunkards holding each other upright. That jagged scarlet line bisecting the Atlantic, some poor scribes attempt to mark the Treaty of Tordesillas' boundary, split the world between Spain and Portugal like a cosmic deli counter. Doesn't explain the angry doodle of a pope shaking fists at both sides. Maybe church approval didn't come with extra olives. Yellowed gloss notes cling to Madagascar's coast warnings about giant birds that kick like cannon fire. Real or tall tales, Portuguese explorers did bring back ostrich plumes, but even drunk cartographers knew better than to invent attack emus. Your sleeves whisper over Java, its inked volcanoes smudged by sweat from the lamp's bronze flank. Moonlight competes with lamplight, casting dual shadows that make Greenland shiver like gelatin. You half expect Eric, the Red's ghost, to demand warmer cartography. The map quivers, or maybe that's your pulse, realizing Antarctica's absent here. Keep it professional. Don't giggle at Brazil, drawn like a deflated football, before anyone knew it was Brazil-shaped. Historians still debate if these ink swirls west of Ireland mark real storms or hangover hallucinations. Touch a certain archipelago, and the paper warms like sun-baked shale. Island magic, or hidden whale oil stains reacting to nervous fingertips. Science nerds would poke it with sextants. You just side-eye that shadow near Madeira, pretending not to wiggle. Your breath fogs over the Baltic Sea, frosting Lithuania into temporary invisibility. Through the mist, you spot a tiny inked ship fleeing Krakow with suspiciously pointy sails. Privateer or theatrical set designer, only the mold spots know for sure. Salon shimmers under your thumbprint, ruby-tinted ink capturing its pearl-rich shores. Legends claim the cartographer mixed actual crushed garnets into his pigment, which tracks given Portugal's obsession with shiny things. That crimson smudge over Goa could be fruit jam, knowing these guys considered marmalade a navigational aid. Midnight scratches at the window, your candlewick sputters in sympathy. The lamplight gutters, briefly morphing Madagascar into a winking cat. Sleep deprivation or creative cartography. 5 centuries later, who's to judge? Finally, the western edge, where the parchment frays into nothingness. Beyond, only the mapmaker's hopeful cursive, place where dragons retire for nice peach naps. Respect, your shadow stretches, growing teeth and claws, as it climbs the cabin's groaning walls. That bronze lamp above sways, pendulum hypnotic, its chain squealing like a stepped-on mouse. Whale oil burns inside, thick and gold as stolen Inca jewelry. Ever notice how olden flames move different than modern bulbs? This one licks the air slow and curious, like a cat sniffing suspicious tuna. Whale oil-fueled Portugal's age of discovery, ranks of lanterns guiding caravels through moonless nights. Prince Henry's navigators hoarded it, treated the stuff like liquid diamonds. Historians still argue whether medieval lamps used animal fats too. Timber wolf blubber supposedly gave flames a ghoulish blue tint. You half hope this lamp's normal, who wants haunted lighting. The bronze base displays Neptune glaring at confused seahorses, their manets tangled in coral swirls. Touch it. The metal stays shockingly cool despite the blaze inside, physics defying. Or just really clever 15th century metallurgy. Experts think artisans used North African sand casting methods, but fringe types mutter about Viking sunstone powder mixed into the alloy. Nonsense, probably, unless you count your thumb buzzing near the seahorse's left fin. Flame shapes splatter across tools hanging from rafters. A whalebone scraper becomes a dancing bear. That rusted divider, now it's a praying mantis, judging your life choices. Shadows warp with each ship creak, briefly forming a horned rabbit nibbling the moon. Cabin fever decor, or intentional sorcery. The jury's sipping port while you count barnacles on the windowsill. Salt wind slams the shutters, but the flame doesn't even sweat. Steady as Gibraltar's rock, if that rock did yoga. Real talk, modern candles would have noped out at the first breeze. This lamp's secret, layers of glass thinner than onion skin, each curved to trap warmth. Venetian tech smuggled into Portugal after some diplomatic misunderstandings, meaning someone definitely bribed a glassblower with peacock feathers. Your sleeve grazes the lamp. It swings wildly. Now the shadows are Hitchcockian crows, dive-bombing star charts. Apologies muttered to Neptune. He still looks unimpressed. Cool metal mocks your clammy palms, while whale oil scent wraps around you, musky sweet like grandmother's, perfume fighting a fish market. A glass panel's etched with constellations. Ursa Major forgot. Squiggly beasts eating their own tails. Navigators used these to recalibrate compasses during magnetic storms. This particular design matches an astrolabe salvaged from a shipwreck. Near oop your elbow, just smudged the label. Typical. Notice the flame tilting east, drawn toward Africa, like a homesick homing pigeon. Impossible. Yet it leans at the exact angle of Ceuta's trade winds. Could raw whale oil sense Earth's spin? Science says nah. But try telling that to the lamp's stubborn flicker toward Mozambique. Rain starts a drum solo on the roof. The flame answers with brighter crackles. Almost arguing, Norse legends spoke of fire spirits trapped in lamps, wrathful entities who hated precipitation. You petition the cosmos. Let this just be clever wick engineering. Cold droplets sneak through cracks, hissing as they hit the lamp's rim. Steam ghosts rise, forming tiny armadas that salute you before dissolving. 3 wax stalactites crown the lamp, dripping onto an unfinished map below. Each drop captures Venus's position during different midnights. Evidence. One puddle dried in a perfect Fibonacci spiral, another hardened into a starfish shape. Coincidence or math magic from bored sailors? History nerds would raid IKEA for display cases. You just wipe Venus off your shoe. 1 wax drip lands on Madagascar, blotting out those alleged killer birds. Karma for doubting attack emus. The flame dims briefly, like a parent disappointed in your life choices. Or maybe the wick needs trimming. An iron scissors hangs nearby, its blade crusted with suspicious orange stains. You pretend not to see it. Squeaky metal triggers your dentist memories. Moonlight invades through a cracked porthole, fighting the lamp for wall dominance. Their battle creates a zebra-striped shadow over the hearth. Bet they've been rivals since this cabin was built. Lamp bragging about consistency, moon boasting range. Sibling energy. If one sibling was a gas giant's sidekick. That charred circle on the ceiling, sailors called it a candle kiss, where flames leapt too enthusiastically during storm mappings. Legends claimed such marks attracted lightning. Didn't stop our Mapmaker. He just painted over it with lead-based anti-thunder whitewash. Health violations aside, he died old and rich, so maybe witchcraft works. Knock your hip against the desk. The lamp trembles. Now the flames stretching thin, a golden thread spinning toward Greenland. You freeze. Is this summoning something? Nope, just physics being dramatic. Although that shadow by the hammock now resembles a very patient lemur. Breathe, it's sleep deprivation, not spectral wildlife. Probably. Blow gently, the flame ducks, but rebounds fast brighter. Ottoman lamp designs allegedly tested breath resistance. Sultans hired men to huff at prototypes for hours. Royal job perks, free mint tea, eternal lung damage. This lamp would have aced the test. It's practically flexing now. Hollow whale vertebrae hang beneath the lamp, makeshift candle holders. Their marrow scooped out long ago, leaving cavities that moan when wind hits just right. Tonight they whisper 3 notes, D minor, A G sharp. Ships from Madeira used that chord sequence to signal land ahoy in fog. Hearing it inside a cabin, either poetic or someone's playing bone flute nearby. Dawn's first gray smear touches the horizon. The lamp's flame dims on cue, not dying, just politely surrendering to sunlight. Its final flicker stretches across the desk, pointing at that rusty divider again. Now the shadow looks less mantis, more beckoning. Should you follow? Your boots say yes, your bladder vetoes. Survival first, shadow adventures after coffee. If you survive the whale oil smell in your hair. The flask winks at you nestled among ink jars, shaped like startled owls. Its glass belly holds liquid sunlight, honey thick, and swirling with secrets. Imagine maple syrup ghosting the disco ball at a Renaissance fair. Uncorking, it unleashes a stench. Low tide meets grandma's attic with undertones of grudges. Whale oil demands respect, maybe wearing gloves. Portugal's navy once fought Venice for monopoly rights to this gloop. Leaded windows on royal galleys kept it from spoiling. Ship logs mention captains sipping it as medicine, whether cures melancholic spirits meant actual healing, or just being lightheaded from fumes. Your nose votes option 2. Thumb the flask's engravings, Arctic walruses juggling harpoons, cute if you ignore their murderous eyes. Consensus says Eskimo artisans traded these for Portuguese spices. But fringe theorists whisper the carvings match, certain Mediterranean sea witches' crests. Forget that focus on walrus number 3, he's winking. Probably just a bubble in the glass. Tilt the flask slow, the oil crawls like chilled honey, then snaps into flow like a stepped-on juice box. Poltergeist physics, or just 15th century viscosity, you'd hate to get on your tunic. Spill some, it beads up, refusing to soak into oak planks, just taunts you like oily mercury. Modern WD-40 cowers before this stuff. Historians still argue whether whalers added pine resin to prevent winter clotting. This batch definitely sweats sap, amber threads, suspended in the gold, like fossilized spider silk. Stubby whale hairs float too, each thick enough to stitch sails. Gross or free souvenir. Your stomach flips. You drop the thought overboard. Drip some oil onto your palm. Instant regret. Remembers your skin temperature, clinging like a stage 5 clinger. The smell upgrades to lemon rind, crossed with eel's revenge. Fast wipe on trousers only deepens the bond. Congrats, you're now whale. Oil's emotional support human. That northern recipe. Traders claimed Sami hunters rendered it with moonlight, then blessed it under Viking meteor showers. Nonsense, probably. Though it does shimmer blue when clouds cover the sun, faint like TV static on your hand. Keep staring. Your migraine winks hello. Pour a dollop into the lamp's reservoir. It slurps greedily sound, like those mukbang videos, with extra ASMR crunch. Flame surges, electrocuted celery, green flashing, candied apple red, settling back to homicidal sunset orange. Normal, post-Googling, nope, not normal. Cold air slithers down your collar, yet the oil stays viciously fluid, nearly sloshing over the rim. Whale's insulation trick maybe. Science just says lipids got moves. But this stuff could teach ballet. Try freezing it. Legend says explorers packed ice around barrels to test purity. Uprated oil seeped through like it had a grudge against solid states. Notice the lamp's underside. Scorched letters claim P. Olsen sourced this batch. Greenland Whisperer Kraken bait. Recycling the jar weight. His face etches into the glass when firelight hits backwards. Either genius artistry or you deep dived into the oil fumes. Stir a quill in the flask. Damselfly wings sprout in the swirls, their metallic sheen matching decorative scabbards from Toledo. Scholars once debated Phoenicians using whale grease to polish swords. Archaeologists found residue in Sardinian tomb artifacts. Proof, or did messy traders splash it everywhere like you just did? Brace for oil trivia. Venetian courtesans allegedly glazed their hair with this. 8-day hold stinky, but waterproof. Imagine smelling like a dockside grill at the masquerade ball. Men swooned or fled. Historical records remain divided. You sniff your oil-soaked sleeve. Preemptive apologies to everyone downwind. The flask's base hides a compass rose with bastard north pointing at Greenland. Blink, the directions pivot, snapping to magnetic north like it got scolded. Some oils contained powdered lodestone, said to align maps during repairs. Testing it, the compass now spins furious figure eights, which feels passive-aggressive and inaccurate. Daylight bleaches the cabin, but the oil glows anyway, hoarding photons like a greedy toddler with glitter. 19th-century whalers told tall tales of luminous barrels, oil still shining in sunken holds. Experts think dinoflagellate contamination, but romantics vote trapped auroras. Your flask clearly bunkmates with team magic. Rust flakes plink into the oil, they dissolve. Song of death sizzle, leaving copper streaks like weak tea. Alchemy fail, unless rust removal was an olden Tide Pod challenge. Wipe the spoon, your finger gets branded with a tiny anchor mark. Painless, just weird flecks from a retired flask. Your boot toe scrapes a floorboard, the oil's surface copies the sound, a perfect ripple circle. Throw a pebble, it skims 9 times, breaking maritime records, disappears without splash. Any liquid pulling that Newton-defying stunt needs. Oof. You just realized 3 hours evaporated. Chilly now, you cradle the flask. Heat sinks into your palms like stolen desert noon. Whales were warm-blooded. After all, guess, their sneaky oil hoarded that too. Modern hand warmers feel judged. This stuff out-thermals your cousin's sauna socks. Moonlight hits, the oil turns milky, opaque as Arctic fog, then flashes clear when you exhale. Navigators feared this ghost phase, took it as death omens above certain latitudes. Tonight, it's just rude, hiding that suspicious hair until you almost drank it. Words float under the surface, embossed when held near candles. Someone scratched 3rd, October 1432. H-valuer stranded, 30 barrels, 2 men stained, Scandinavian whaler, slang maybe. The stained part nags. Hope it's metaphorical, like morale stains, not actual human juice mixing in. Glug the last drops. The lamp's flame dimples, not hungry, just contemplative. Glowing so low, it could be emulating fireplace ASMR. Your eyes dip, the oil's warmth works like weighted blankets. But lungs report minor mutiny. One final joke before surrender. This stuff mummifies better than avocado face masks. And smells similar. Fight me. The obsidian quill lies heavy in your grip, cool as glacier breath, its edge sharp enough to split whispers. Across the table, parchment thirsts under moonlight, vellum stretched tight as a salt drum. Fingers tremble not from fear, but the quill's weight whispers Lisbon's tides into your wrist bones. Remember those whale oil droplets. Their ripples felt like rehearsals for this midnight script. You dip the quill, the inkwell's liquid obsidian parts like silk. Aztec scribes carved similar tools, though theirs chronicled corn gods, not phantom coastlines. The nib scratches a sound between knife sharpening and cricket song. Each stroke bleeds moonlight onto the page, blue veins branching like river deltas. Follow one. It loops where the Tagus estuary hugs the city. Exact curve, documented in royal ports of call. Historians still argue whether medieval mapmakers synced their drafting with high tide, claiming lunar pull steadied their hands. Dip again. The ink clings reluctant. Then surrenders a fat droplet quivering with Atlantic reflections. Your strokes quicken, weaving latitude lines that flex like muscle under skin. Coastal towns appear Sagres, Lagos, their names blotted by your sleeve. Oops, Renaissance whiteout hasn't been invented yet. That ink smells wrong, not iron gall's vinegar bite, but brine and bergamot. 19th century professors dismissed sailor logs describing night blossom ink stored in corked squid beaks, said to chart truer under storms. Yet here, your black lines shimmer cerulean, where Lisbon's tides surge. Coincidence. A gnat dives into the well. Ink swallows it whole, leaving a single bubble, popping like mini cannon fire. You doodle a compass rose, north twisting like a spooked stallion. The quill balks, screeching gold sparks, as if south offended it personally. Spanish metallurgists once claimed obsidian contains star ash, makes tools stubborn during eclipses. Blow on the nib, it frosts over, then steams like a tea kettle. Maybe quit poking cardinal directions, just tilt the page instead. Paper creases beneath your elbow, unveiling yesterday's abandoned sketch, an elephantine Africa devouring Europe. Whoops, not according to Prince Henry's syllabus. Crinkle it, the sound echoes through the cabin, louder than physics allows. The mapmaker's lamp flares, scorching a hole where here be Krakens looped too theatrically. Message received, buddy. Lines blur, your eyes sting. The obsidian warms unnaturally. Now it's sketching estuaries without your hand moving inky autopilot. Nerves flare, but honestly, your freehand cities resemble mold spores. Let the quill work. It carves fjords trimmed with pine lace, valleys where mud crabs wear bishop mitres, marginalia madness, or prophetic geography. Scholars debate 15th century doodles for hidden codes. Currently, this crab pontiff votes maybe. Ink smears, exposing a palimpsest ghost beneath, Arabic numerals crowded like warring ants. Muslim cartographers pioneered latitude math. Christians later borrowed it, forgetting to footnote Al-Idrisi's breakthroughs. Blot the sweat on your neck, return to drafting. But the quill nib snags the vellum purposely. A tear starts, southbound Mauritania, unzips toward Antarctica. Sigh open invitations, respecting international borders. The window rattles, though no wind howls tonight. Moonglow thickens, your shadow stretches, clutching a quill-shaped dagger against wall maps. Dramatic, but maybe skip caffeine next watch. Shake the obsidian tool. It vibrates like a tuning fork, sound humming through jawbones. One chronicle claims Franciscan monks played such tools as hymn accompaniments. Try a note. It hits whale song octaves, your eardrums flee internally. Wiping the quill, it nicks your thumb. No blood, just cold spreading like spilled mercury. Suck the wound, taste bergamot and regret. 16th century poison manuals warned of dark ink tinctures. Slow burn chill to heart. Paranoia tangos with curiosity. Is your pulse slower? Should check. But the lighthouse fresco inked earlier now blinks. Definitely the latter. Moonlight vanishes, clouds snuffing it mid-stroke. The ink congeals, crusting like drying squid ink pasta. Venetian traders obsessed over moon phase effects on exports. Wine soured quicker if bottled during waning crescents. Or so cellar ledgers claimed. Heat the quill over the lamp. Obsidian glows like a panther's eye, then drips ink again. Glad someone prepped for weather tantrums. Vellum bucks under the quill, curling edges, tap dancing toward the desk edge. Weight it with a lodestone chunk, The ink swirls spiraling into miniature maelstroms. Portuguese captains feared such shapes in Kraken territories, steered leagues off course, swirl back North Atlantic gyre replica, forms a 4D geography lesson your junior school skipped. Dawn threatens, your map taunts with half-drowned continents. Historians still argue whether medieval ink bonded with vellum collagen, re-emerging centuries later under X-rays. Blot your monstrosity. The ink lingers. Lift the page, a blue tide lines gleam beneath tracing veins in the wood itself. Not your craftsmanship, unless sleepwalking Michelangelo tendencies kicked in. Final flourish. You stipple islands resembling ducklings, then connect them in a conga line. Prince Henry's spies would faint, but Bruno from Ravenna's 1,440 diary confessed to hiding great truths in cartoonish margins, the lamp gutters approving. As your obsidian quill cools into a mere rock again, pocket it. Tomorrow's coastal survey awaits, preferably etched after coffee witchcraft. A splintered floorboard catches your boot, nearly sending you into yesterday's disastrous elephantine Africa sketch. Kneeling, you probe the rotten timber, cedar resin scent sharpening the damp air. Remember those Fez merchant caravans? Their saddlebags leaked rose oil for miles. This aroma could be their ghost. Pry up the board. It resists, then surrenders with a groan like a sleepy badger. Darkness pools in the gap. Your fingers trace smooth wood edges, too precise for worm damage. Carpenter secrets hide here. 15th century joiners, often smuggled forbidden wares between ship planks. Tobacco gem dust sentimental locks of beard hair. Press harder. A panel slides, revealing compartments lined with saffron-stained felt. Engineering genius or paranoia made splintery. Inside, star charts nestle like dove eggs, each pressed between rose petals the color of dying embers. Moroccan roses from Fez's valleys, their perfume still clings after 5 centuries, because olden perfumers sun-dried petals between lead sheets. Lift one chart, petals cascade, spinning lazy spirals to the floor. Historians still argue whether these floral layers preserved vellum or served as aromatic maps for blind navigators. The parchment feels wrong, thinner than sheepskin, almost translucent. Hold it toward the lamplight. Constellations bleed through Ursa Major's paws, clawing through the paper grain. Goa's Star Observatory used similar stretched fish-skin parchments. Monks swore they captured moonlight better. Yours twitches, surely a draft, but your hairs prickle like compass needles. Smell the rose petals again. Their sweetness curdles into something medicinal. Crusaders carried Damascus rose attar as plague protection, though mostly it just annoyed fleas. A crushed petal stains your thumb pink, the shade Venetian courtesans used for diplomatic engagements. Maybe don't lick it. Beneath the charts, a cedar tray holds copper dividers, their hinges greased with whale oil. Oil weeps from the joints, thick pearl drops, same amber goo that fuels the Mapmaker's lamp. Wipe some on your sleeve. It glows faintly, confirming those wild Norwegian whaler tales about liquid sun. Star lines swarm, each chart's longitude marks shift when tilted. Those aren't ink, they're strands of gray hair human, embedded with pine resin. Gross, probably, but Prince Henry's astrologer reportedly plucked his own scalp for faithful filaments. Touch one, it vibrates, tuning fork, hum rattling your molars, modern sanity says. Hair doesn't do that, history whispers. Try selling lasers to Vikings. Your elbow knocks the lodestone chunk from earlier. It rolls toward the hidden slot sticks, fast to the compartment's base. Iron filings dust the cedar, now aligning north-south stripes. Clever, this box doubled as a compass. Secret directions beneath your toes. Shipwrights often hid such tricks. Their workshops became smuggling trigonometry puzzles. Rose petals crunch under your knee, releasing a final burst of scent, now edged with decay. Underneath, a slim book bound in fish leather, its pages wafer thin. Flip it open, wind flows from nowhere, leafing to a sketch of Columbus's lost caravel docked beside dragon-proud Viking ships. Beneath the doodle Saturday groceries, candles, saffron, unicorn horn, fake, cheap Frankish knockoff. Grinning, you weigh the absurdity. Mediterranean merchants sold unicorn narwhal tusks for 80 times their weight in gold. Tap the dragon ships. Their inked sails ripple, the lamp flares, green note blink. Just sleep deprivation, painting special effects. Probably. Midnight wind sneaks through cracks, rattling the star charts like bony fingers snapping. One floats up, pasting itself against the west wall, directly over Prince Henry's approved coastline. The constellations align perfectly with his royal spy ports, Ptolemy's calculations, updated with wine stains. Historians still argue whether royal cartographers spiked their ink with clover mead for creative looseness. Petals drift into the compartment's corners, catching cobwebs that glitter suspiciously. Northern hunters spun web thread into navigation, snares their sticky strands pointing true north when wet with dew. Reach for a silken thread. It snaps like overtuned lute strings. The vibration jitters up your arm, side effect, or arachnid revenge. Behind the fish leather book, a rose stem rolls free, its thorns still cruel after centuries. Impressive, Moroccan horticulturists bred roses to thrive on Saharan caravan routes, minus friendly watering. Press a thorn into your palm, testing its bite, but it crumples to dust. Even defiance expires eventually. Dump the compartment, cedar shavings avalanche out pungent as Lisbon's spice docks at low tide. Underneath, more star charts, concentric circles, inked with comet path math. The Algarve's astronomy monks pioneered these calculations, while their abbot napped through vespers. Align two charts, their center holes overlap, showing a zodiac wheel crushing a tiny galley ship. Ominous party decoration. Your knees protest. How long crouched here? Stretch cracking vertebrae like a flintlock salute. One vertebrae shames the others. Slide the panel shut, last rose petal catches, flattened into a crimson wafer. Tomorrow, maybe investigate why its veins match Lisbon's sewer maps. Tonight, dream of thorny constellations, prickling royal backsides. A shudder runs through the cabin walls, old timbers groaning like overburdened mules. That's no ordinary draft. This wind carries Saharan heat and the faint tang of preserved lemons. Lisbon's sailors called it Ceuta's breath, the sirocco sweeping up from captured African ports. Prince Henry's men seized Ceuta back in 1415, gateway to spices, slaves, and endless royal headaches. Heat crawls up your neck, fabric sticking where it shouldn't. The sirocco ignores polite geography. It's the clingy friend of winds, making everything 10% more awkward. Outside, moonlit waves chop restlessly, but through the south window, the horizon's suspiciously smooth. Like God ironed the Atlantic with a grudge. The lamp's flame bends eastward, straining toward the coast of Senegambia. Portuguese sailors swore these winds new secret estuaries, whispering routes around tribal patrols. You have expect the flame to grow pause, start scratching at the window like a hound tracking foxes. Or desert fox spirits. Berber legends claimed siroccos carried jinn-riding scorpion-tailed steeds. Maybe don't mention that to your travel insurer. Dust spirals off the desk, forming miniature tornadoes above yesterday's discarded maps. Each funnel spins clockwise, defying Lisbon's natural left twist winds. Basic physics says nope. But history buffs whisper about Moroccan wind witches hexing Portuguese sails. Evidence. Mostly just drunk sailors' tattoos and opportunistically shattered mirrors. Your sleeve catches a gust, flipping open Alphonse's logbook to a warped page. Smudged ink shows a desperate doodle. Proboscideans swimming beside ships, with tusks longer than masts. Historians still argue whether medieval explorers exaggerated African wildlife or just traded psychedelic honey for breakfast. Beneath the elephants, a wine ring circles the word unobtainable like a noose. Cheery, pressure builds in your ears, that special sirocco gift. Swallow hard, the pop echoes louder than a mast-snapping squall. Ancient Egypt's traders stuffed cotton wool bat down even roasted locusts in their ears for this nonsense. Light a candle, its flame copies the lamp's thirsty lean, pointing toward Sierra Leone's pepper coasts. Nature's conspiracy feels personal. Outside, a shutter tears loose, slamming against mossy stones with wooden screams. Should you latch it, the lamp's flame jumps higher, casting exaggerated stay-put shadows puppet show style. Poltergeist or peer pressure. Maritime law never covered this. Cabin air thickens, each breath tastes like borrowed air. 14th-century physicians prescribed vinegar sponges for thick wind disease. Patients just smelled like pickled panic. You dab whale oil instead. Its sharpness cuts the humidity, leaving ozone and false confidence. The lamp's bronze chains sway, not the wind's rhythm. but the pull of lunar gravity on crying tides. A fishing weight rolls off the desk knot toward the window, but straight into a wall beam. Someone installed corewood, that stubborn timber aligning ships' compasses before steel hulls ruined everything. Northern Sami herders buried such wood under reindeer carcasses for directional blessings. Warmth spreads underfoot, floorboards pulse like sun-baked snakeskin. Those natural warp lines near your left boot now match the Gambia River's delta, crooked veins in the grain. Portuguese caravels hid ivory in false keels, but secret rivers under floorboards. That's new rage in secret keeping. Sweat trickles behind your ear, annoying as a fly in a powder room. Wipe it, your fingertips come away, ochre-stained. Saharan dust, 30% pulverized Roman pottery, 50% Califatera, goat bones 20%. We're not discussing particle physics today. The remaining 10%, probably just bad life choices. Prince Henry's portrait rattles nails, losing their 4th-century grip. His painted eyes follow the dust, motes not the lamp's forbidden directions. Gold leaf flakes off his Order of Christ cross, landing on the Senegambia chart like diseased glitter. Irony loves a pratfall, even slow-motion wall art ones. Your throat prickles time for the coughing fit Sirocco's demand. Each hack sounds like a dying harpsichord. Moorish apothecaries sold Dune fig syrups. For this, 1 part fruit, 3 parts ground gin teeth, or possibly just camel molars. Tourism ruins factual purity. Lightning flickers, not outside, but within the whale oil lamp's glass belly. Violent purples snap between flame tongues, too bright to watch, too compelling to ignore. Algarve fishermen described this as St. Elmo's diarrhea, when wine quotas ran low. Pray they never explain further. The floor tilts, not metaphorically, actual timber groans lifting starboard side. Hidden compartments clatter, rose petals escape through wall cracks as seed messengers, fleeing this nonsense. Your stomach flip-flops like compass needles during solar tantrums. Rain lashes sudden and hot, boiling tea accusations hitting the roof. Ceuta's Sirocco brews, storms that evaporate before hitting land, nature's cruelest snicker. You brace for leaks, but the lamp flame steadies pointing through the downpour toward uncharted river mouths. The flame stretches thin, a golden thread spooling toward the Guinea coast, until the last raindrop hisses against sun-baked timber. Rainwater still trembles on the window ledge, each droplet holding a warped reflection of the lamp's crown. Up close, the bronze frame wears a beard of wax stalactites, sloppy drips, frozen mid-plunge toward forgotten maps. Sailors called these candle-kissed tears, each one a captured star chart from nights too stormy for sextants. You tilt your head. The wax constellations shimmer like wet spider webs, their patterns mirroring the sky above Ceuta during the autumn squalls. Your thumbnail scrapes a particularly fat drip, 50 years of whale oil residue flaking like orange dandruff. Historians confirmed medieval navigators used wax molds to record celestial events, primitive sky cameras for tempest-tossed nights. Practical, yes, but this lamp's wax droppings look less scientific instrument and more sleep-deprived deities' candle art project. One formation resembles Portugal if Portugal got stepped on by a drunken bull, with Madeira dangling like a loogie. Moonlight sharpens the stalactites' shadows. They stab across yellowed vellum like accusatory fingers. There, an unfinished atlas bears puckered wax scars, raised ridges marking Venus's path through a midnight hurricane. 17th-century astronomers would murder for such precise storm sky data. Too bad it's trapped under solidified snot. Prince Henry's mapmakers calibrated their compasses using Venetian glass straight from Murano's furnaces. But here's the kicker. The wax boils at lunar cycle intervals, resetting the map naturally. Efficient. If you ignore the cloying honeyed scent, it releases like a church candle shop run by irritable bears. A fresh droplet bulges, golden whale oil swirling with captured lamplight before plopping onto the Azores archipelago. It hardens instantly, pressure cooked by some arcane glass-blowing principle you'd need 3 PhDs to grasp. Peering closer, the new wax dot throbs faintly, matching cadence with Venus rising beyond the salt-crusted pane. Historians still argue whether fractal navigation actually worked, or just gave bored sailors something mystical to blame for their terrible sense of direction. Either way, this blob now pinpoints Malacca Strait, though it could pass as a child's booger flick crime scene. Your sleeve knocks a stalactite, its brittle stem snapping with a sound like roasted hazelnut cracked under a boot. Amber shards scatter across a sketch of Moroccan oases, one fragment landing dead center on the Fez-marked fortress, where Prince Henry lost his favorite astrologer. Legend says the man predicted the prince's death using comet wax, which feels medically irresponsible. Northern Sami shamans chewed reindeer tallow for sky visions, but their hallucination was free-range auroras, not geopolitical doom prophecy. Thunder growls, or maybe your stomach, emptiness echoing inside the cabin's newfound quiet. The broken wax warms in your palm, a surprising tenderness, an egg-size universe encapsulating foggy Sandwich Islands. Turkish admirals once bribed Portuguese spies with spice-infused candle wax, each scratch-and-sniff globule, encoding naval routes. Pirates could never steal what smelled like grandma's pantry. Silently brilliant, until someone got hungry mid-voyage and ate the evidence. A squeak above the lamp's chains shimmy, stirring the stalactite forest into chiming like flawed crystal bells. Their vibrations nudge another droplet loose, this one slow and sticky as molasses gilt. You watch it descend, rivulets carving paths through dust, until it kisses a half-finished Caribbean sketch. Instant cartography. The wax bleeds across parchment, revealing an uncharted reef where Havana should be. 18th century Havana, which didn't exist when this map was drawn, as you're calmly ignoring temporal paradoxes tonight. Floorboards hum, resonating with the lamp's hidden pendulum as the wax cools into a jagged Pisces shape. Astrologers whisper certain, stars shimmer brightest when viewed through whale wax, resulting in drunken horoscopes. But that's highly unscientific. More likely, after years staring at oily flame, anyone's eyes start seeing prophecies in burnt toast. Case in point, this Pisces blob now resembles Henry's cousin Duart, if Duart had gills, and a regrettable mermaid tattoo. The lamp dims, briefly shy, casting long velvet shadows that stretch the wax formations into gnarled redwood silhouettes. One stalactite's shadow stabs Lisbon's position, piercing straight through a wine stain left by some homesick navigator. Symbolic, or just proof cabins deserve better lighting. But you file it under useless maritime poetry, regardless. Dawn's first gray fingers probe the shutters, paling the flame's fervor to a weary smolder. Venus fades, her twinkle snuffed by coastal bird calls, and with her, the wax constellations lose their urgent glow. By noon, this hardened governance of star paths will melt into shapeless lumps erased until the next storm. Your fingertip traces a wax Pisces fin, its edge still sharp enough to nick skin. But the cut stings less than the realization. Each dripping moment, a celestial theft, maps stolen from skies too wild for even memory to tame. Later, historians will call it genius. Tonight, it's just lonely wax weeping over paper graves, while the lamp's flame licks forgotten storm data from the air. You exhale, breath swirling with the taste of hardened honey and Atlantic despair, and the last wax droplet quivers, suspended between flame and destiny, awaiting an unwritten squall. Rainwater pools around your boot heel, seeping into a crumpled parchment, half buried beneath cedar shavings. The Aviz dynasty's broken seal oozes scarlet, like a beetle crushed mid-scuttle, its wax mingling with something darker, iron-scented, that's blood rust blooming through the folds. A forgotten argument pressed into fiber. Prince Henry's orders were famously meticulous down to dictating sailors' beard lengths to prevent lice outbreaks. But this document reeks of midnight revisions. You smooth the vellum, its edges gnawed by shipworms, revealing jagged script. To our loyal cartographer, a title soaked in weasel words. No chart shall record the southern eddies beyond Bajador. Standard Prince Henry jargon, the man obsessed with controlling exploration like a child guarding toy ships. Historians verified he funded voyages to bypass Arab spice monopolies. But this letter hisses different ambitions. Key phrases scratched out, replaced by tighter, angrier ink. Delete the whirlpool clusters, and false reefs mandatory. Your thumb finds the bloodstain flakes lifting like rust from old anchors. Forensics, nuts claim Renaissance ink, sometimes mixed with oxblood for permanence. But this splatter arcs across the signature, as though the writer coughed mid-threat, medieval poison. Probably just quillpoke fury, royal tantrums, translated into stabbing motions. 18 sailors died near Bajador's currents in 1424. Their ship foundered, chasing mirage islands. The prince's solution: erase the danger from every map, lure rivals into the same jaws. Moonlight bleaches the parchment, exposing a handwritten addendum squeezed between royal demands. Should these corrections prove unachievable, consider your daughter's position at Sagar's court. Charming, a 15th-century pink slip with familial hostage undertones. House of Aviz's motto might as well have been, "Nice family you've got there. Shame if something happened." Yet, the strangest detail: 3 tiny holes punched near the seal, as though someone nailed the letter open like a tormented butterfly. A draft rattles the lamp, its flame stretching toward the missive, casting shadows that animate the bloodstain. For a heartbeat, it resembles Mozambique, if Mozambique were drawn by a stabbing victim. Psychologists call it pareidolia, seeing faces in toast. But history's really just pareidolia, with better funding. Remember the Nuremberg Chronicles woodcut of Jerusalem, looking suspiciously like the artist's Bavarian hometown. Same energy. Candle wax dribbles over the phrase false reefs, preserving it under honey-toned resin. Prince Henry's navigators pioneered the caravel's lateen sails, revolutionary for tacking against wind. But no rigging could outmaneuver his ego. Historians still argue whether his secrecy was strategic brilliance or petty hoarding, like a dragon guarding empty treasure chests. I'm betting pathological control freak covers both options. Your fingernail traces a torn corner where the recipient clearly started a reply. Faint charcoal marks whisper, but the title surges before snuffing into oblivion. Imagine drafting that rebuttal, quill shaking, knowing your kid's safety balanced on pretending whirlpools were tourist traps. Ottoman sultans drowned messengers for less, though they at least served sherbet first. Beneath the main letter, another page sticks like a pressed wound. Draft calculations, feverish equations for magnetic north declination, scrawled around a sketch of Sao Tome. Here, the math dissolves into charcoal dust, right where someone drew a tiny hangman's noose. Early workplace burnout art, the kind HR would ignore, even if 15th century Portugal had therapists. Instead of heretic burning pits, thunder groans outside, or maybe Portugal's dead princes grumbling over spilled secrets. The lamp flare catches a watermark hidden beneath blood and panic. A dove carrying an olive branch. Printing press jokes hadn't been invented yet, but the irony's thick enough to choke on. Peace symbols under threat letters, the original mixed messaging. Floorboards creak, the sound syncs with the pendulum's swing, as Ava's breath fogs your thoughts. Odd how royal threats fossilize into paperwork, while the silenced voices crumble to lint. Northern Sami poets wrote accusations on reindeer hides, durable enough for centuries of grudges. But vellum, one spilled wine flask, and proof evaporates. handy for princes, terrible for justice. Rain taps Morse code against the roof, each drop echoing the blood clock's fading ticks. That's the tragedy of ultimatums. They outlive their issuers by centuries, still whispering, or else, to anyone brushing their dust. The lamp dims, but not before spotlighting a final detail jutting from the seal wax. Embedded there, a single gray hair, its owner long surrendered to time's undertow. You exhale, and dawn's first light sweeps the cabin, turning spilled ink into shimmering estuaries. Somewhere, a seabird shrieks, the sound like a broken wax seal, cracking open at last. Dust motes swirl where your sleeve disturbs the air, the ledgers exhaling centuries of saltwater and ink vinegar. Their spines crackle like dying campfires as you pry one open, cracked leather parting reluctantly. Portugal's age of exploration looks different here, not brass trumpets and glory, but columns of silk-weight losses. 13 ships listed as desaparecido disappeared between 1429 and 1454. Mainstream records blame the Guinea, currents notorious fog banks, but these margins whisper otherwise. Your fingernail traces an entry for the São Cristóvão, lost near the Azores, with 70 men, the Portuguese crown's official stance. Sudden squalls common in those waters. Here scratchier ink adds, vanished under full sail wind, favorable from northeast, morning clear. Historians still argue whether the crown sabotaged rivals by hiding navigational hazards, or just enjoyed plausible deniability. Either way, lies make poor compasses. Lamplight grazes the page's edge, warmth prickling your palm as you hover over the Santa Catarina's record. Peculiar thermodynamics shouldn't care about history's missing pieces, yet the bronze lamp flares hotter near certain names, its flame leaning like a dog nosing secrets. 16th century Sicilian traders swore certain ledgers absorbed ghost wind from wrecked ships, pages billowing in still rooms. You half expect this vellum to puff like a sail, but it just smells of sorrow and stale lie. A loose leaf drifts down, landing ink side up beside your boot. Rosa dos ventos, a wind rose diagram, but the cardinal points bleed into snake-like swirls. Standard navigational tool if you ignore the tiny mermaid in the corner flipping off the north arrow. Cartographer humor, defiance, or proof someone doodled through Prince Henry's mandatory ethical charting seminars. Rain batters the porthole, each droplet echoing quill scratches. Masts spotted due west at dawn. One entry claims, by dusk, no debris found despite 3-hour search. The lamp gutters, its shadow stretching the words into no body found. Coincidence, sure, comforting no. You flip pages, grim Portuguese efficiency, recording tonnage of pepper and human lives in identical cursive. Someone penciled modern calculations in the gutter, converting cruzados to euros, like a macabre stock report. How much is a vanished crew worth? About 4.3 million give, or take burial costs. Your thumb snags on a parchment wormhole, revealing layered entries beneath. medieval recycling, scraping off old logs to save vellum. Hold the lamp sideways, and erased words fluoresce. Third mate reported blue flames in the rigging, followed by overboard after disturbing morale. Blue flames, St. Elmo's fire, a real electrostatic phenomenon sailors considered omens. Also, conveniently, the Crown's favorite scapegoat for disappearing crews who asked too many payroll questions. Between cargo manifests, pressed juniper berries stain the paper blue-green. They burst under your touch, releasing a scent the Hanseatic League once prized above cinnamon. Northern Europe's medieval Pepsi, juniper brew, kept crews too hammered to mutiny, cheaper than paying hazard wages, though hazier on details like which way's India. Shadows deepen as stormlight fades, but the ledger entries grow brighter, inked in ferrous concoctions that oxidize redder with age. Iron gall, the notary's blood, they called it, lasts longer than empires, longer than ships, longer than the memory of 70 men swallowed by a clear sky. Shelves slope under rotting leather, each spine tattooed with barnacle scars. A humidor's worth of mold spores tickle your throat, history's least glamorous allergy. The lamp flares again, heat intense, near a slim codex wedged behind support beams. Its cover whispers under your grip, calfskin rubbed raw by anxious thumbs. Diario de Bordeaux, now official. Of course, the official log lies. The truth needs hiding. Moonlight arrows through a cracked shingle, spotlighting a sketch beneath smudged coordinates. A ship's hull breached not by rocks, but by hundred of grasping hands from below. Ink stipples suggest scales. The artist signed only with a teardrop wearing a crown. Prince Henry's censors missed this, or maybe they thought madness discredited witnesses better than censorship. 3 paragraphs later, the final entry: we sail into the Admiral's mirage tonight, and may God have mercy on our. The sentence ends mid-word, the quill's last period, drilled deep into vellum. Outside, wind wails through the rigging of ghost ships, still trying to dock. Lamplight pools over the damaged page, warming your palm like a just-fired pistol. Heat spreads up your wrist, insistent, a phantom helmsman gripping your pulse. Bibliophiles whisper about haunted logbooks, volumes that transfer their trauma to readers. Feels less like possession, more like shared weight. The flame dips not from drafts, but in unison with your slowing breath. Leather creaks as you close the ledger, its secrets momentarily contained. Rain drums the roof, muffling the shelf's residual groan. Some stories aren't read there, endured. The lamp's bronze base cools against your sleeve, finally satisfied, as Atlantic winds carry the last whisper of 70 names to the seafloor's ink-dark library. Your boot nudges an abandoned whetstone, its hollow scrape echoing through the cabin's sudden silence. Above the hearth, where heat should warp the air, a pendulum hangs motionless despite the storm's tantrum against the walls. Wrought iron forged into a ship's plumbob, yet No drafts stir its arrowhead tip. You recognize this shape from the Lisbon Maritime Museum pendulums used to detect cargo shifts in storms. Only those models swung clockwise like every sane timepiece in Christendom. This one jerks left, a spastic twitch without rhythm. Metal shouldn't move like a frog's leg, receiving Galvani's first jolt. But here we are. Northern Greenland's Thule settlers aligned their compass needles with lodestones, believing magnetic rocks whispered secrets to steel. Superstition, except your own compass now spins wildly in its brass housing. South, declaring war on northeast, the pendulum swings wider, defying Newton's favorite laws with each counterclockwise arc. Its iron nose aims toward that Greenlandic myth, the magnetic vortex Victorian. Consultants swore swallowed Franklin's expedition whole. Could have told them lost sailors rarely need supernatural explanations, just tainted beef and lead-soldered cans. Still, the metal groans like rigging in a squall as you near it. You lift a hand toward the pendulum, halting at the wave of cold. Not frost on skin chill, but the marrow-deep ache of glaciers calving into midnight seas. 14th-century Norse colonists called this sensation Frøyar hugger, the frost breath of Greenland's dying settlements. 80 farms abandoned in 40 years, trapped between advancing ice and King Magnus's refusal to send supply ships. The pendulum pauses mid-swing, as if offended by your trembling palm. A closer look reveals 9 hash marks etched along its shaft, Hungarian silver prospector tallies, or maybe lunations between Arctic resupplies. Historians still argue whether Thule traders reached Norse Greenlanders before their extinction, or just pillaged vacant longhouses. Either way, this pendulum remembers something the textbooks don't. Your breath fogs the air, though the hearth stand sits empty. The lamp's flame bends away from the device, drawn wax, toward its southern rejection. You've heard vodka freezes faster than water. But physics gets squirrely near tools that disobey magnetic north. 19th century Arctic crews swore their compasses gained sentience, deliberately steering ships onto reefs to drink their cold iron. You grab the pendulum's chain, regretting it before your fingers close. Metal shouldn't hum like a tuning fork struck by ghostly hammers. Tin miners in Cornwall described similar vibrations before collapses, their canaries silent for once. The chill claws past your sleeve, locking your elbow into a marionette's rigid stance. Behind your ribs, heartbeats slow to match the pendulum's oscillations. 30 per minute, a hibernation rhythm. Maps chart coastlines, not the human body's betrayal under unseen forces. Hypothermia jokes land poorly when you're living one. Ice patterns bloom across your thumbnail, crystalline lace, replicating the pendulum's engravings. Essential survival tip: don't touch haunted navigational gear during nor'easters. The lamp's flame gutters, its bronze cowl craning like a concerned bystander. You wrench free, stumbling into a tool rack. Hammers clatter, their iron heads rolling toward the pendulum in obedient procession. The 17th century's greatest scientific minds debated sympathetic resonance, how objects sharing elemental bonds move in unison. Watching claw-headed hammers shimmy across floorboards like excited beetles, you grasp why they kept those theories quiet. Your foot pins a hammer shaft, its vibrations traveling up your boot sole. The pendulum shudders, casting distorted U-shaped shadows, each creepier than the last. Magnets helped medieval Arab surgeons extract arrowheads. But this feels more like reverse surgery, stitching frost into living tissue. Raindrops freeze against the northern window, their splatter art becoming glacial cartography. Greenland's ice sheet holds 3 million years of atmospheric secrets, trapped air bubbles, whispering what pendulums scream. Glaciologists drill cores for climate history, not expecting frozen Viking curses. The pendulum swings vertical, frozen mid-arc. Gut instinct says flee, but the lamp's flame stretches toward the device, now mesmerized. Flames lack curiosity, yet this one leans like a sunflower tracking doomed heliotropes. Iron's groan climbs octaves, steel singing its death aria. Law of conservation of energy be damned. This pendulum drinks warmth like Norse Draugr sucking heat from mead halls. One joke about frost giants lightening the mood doesn't. Moonlight spears through the window, transforming frozen breath into spectral rigging. The pendulum remains still, but its shadow creeps up the wall, stretching toward the shelf, holding Prince Henry's orders. Shadows shouldn't move independent of light sources, yet this one finger paints frost across royal seals. Your tongue sticks to the roof of your mouth, part thirst, part dread. Sailors lost in Arctic whiteouts described thirst, despite being surrounded by fresh water, ice too cold to melt in mouths. Thule shamans supposedly licked frozen meteorites to taste star wisdom, which sounds less poetic after your 5th hour without water. The lamp's wick sputters, already starved for whale oil. You fumble for the reserve flask, amber liquid, catching moonlight like captured solar flares. 13 whales died to fuel this lamp, though tonight feels like overtime pay. Pendulum shadows twist into runes, upside down algae symbols for protection switched to mean invasion. Proto-Viking carvings found near Disco Bay mirror these shapes, though mainstream scholars dismiss them as bored whalers' doodles. Funny how academia avoids things that might thaw their tenure security blankets. Metal shrills as the pendulum resumes swaying, counterclockwise pirouettes widening with each pass. The tool hammers shiver in response, their rusty heads clicking like insect mandibles. Remember the desk's acorn roll, avoiding the Azores. Geography's shy, this pendulum's aggressively flirty with Greenland. Frost smothers the western porthole, but the eastern remains clear. The lamp flares brighter, its warmth reclaiming inches from the pendulum's chill. Prince Henry's navigators used similar light versus darkness battles, comparing lantern positions to judge coastal distances. Tonight's duel feels higher stakes. Sweat freezes along your spine, armor plating of your own idiocy. Should have majored in accounting. Numbers don't try to colonize your hypothalamus. The pendulum stills balanced at 45 degrees. Storm winds die mid-gust, as if the cabin floats in Oppenheimer's frozen moment before fission. Even the lamp's flame stops flickering, solid gold teardrop suspended in time. Then, rupture. Every magnetic object in the cabin rushes the pendulum nails, pins, even the lamp's bronze rivets, straining toward their frostbitten overlord. Compass needles shear off their posts, darting like iron minnows. The device drinks their allegiance, swelling with cold power. You brace against the bookshelf, tendons screaming as frost climbs your calves. Norse settlers described Greenland's winters as the land breathing in. But this feels like the land growing teeth. Greenlandic legends whisper of the Kivitok, abandoned souls who command winter's cruelty. This pendulum spins faster, blurring into a silver disk, wind whipping your hair, despite the cabin's sealed windows. Just as hypothermia blurs your vision, the lamp erupts. Not brighter, but warmer, a honeyed glow driving the frost from your bones. Whale oil's ancient sunlight battles artificial winter, the pendulum hissing like steam kettles. Your compass's needle rips free, impaling itself in the pendulum's iron heart. Silence. The pendulum drops normal weight, normal cold. South stays south. Nails rain onto floorboards, harmless as dead leaves. You exhale for what feels like 9 decades, lungs grateful for unfrozen air. The lamp's flame shrinks content with mere reality. Outside, waves resume their therapist-approved white noise. Retreat feels wise. Yet the pendulum's surface now shows finger-guiding indentations, 8 concentric rings. Magnetic wayfinders used similar grooves, steering Norse knars between bergs and pack ice. Tactile maps for captains who couldn't rely on sight or sanity near Greenland's shores. Your palm eclipses the metal, once glacial, now room temperature deceit. Lusterless spots mar the surface, frost stress fractures, or faded constellations. The 1,492 Cantino map famously omitted Greenland, some say by accident, some say to protect Portuguese fishing monopolies. Fools, green pastures or glaciers, pendulums, remember the truth. Outside, the Atlantic wind returns, its whispers carrying ghost ships toward forgotten fjords. Here, inside, you grip frost-stiff fingers around the lamp's warming bronze. The pendulum swings idle, clockwise at last, its magnetic tantrum spent. But beneath your boots, where floorboards never warp, the cabin thrums with captured chill. Northerly, patient, waiting for winter's next breath. Salt crust grates against the window pane as moonlight forces entry, each beam cutting through cabin dust like naval sabers. Full moon's an unpaid intern tonight, overachieving with its silver flood across the charts sprawled before you. Portuguese navigators calculated tides using lunar cycles, their almanacs thicker than 3 stale rye loaves stacked together, but none warned about moonlight rewriting geography. The lamplight retreats, cowering into its bronze hood as lunar rays intensify. Maps crisp into knife-edge shadows, every mountain chain leaping into relief. Then comes the bending. Coastlines melt like wax seals under candle heat, Portugal's familiar contours sagging into unknown inlets. Your fingertip hovers above a new fjord where Lisbon's harbor should sprawl. Ink ripples, not liquid, but like silk shaken free of wrinkles. Nova Scotia detaches from Canada, drifting west to flirt with Okinawa. Gelatinous waves pulse beneath the parchment, your palm flat against the desk, to steady either the world or your stomach. Scholars still argue whether 15th century sea levels swallowed entire islands, or if mapmakers simply enjoyed inventing archipelagos of pure imagination. Cold seeps through the paper, that glacial ache from earlier pooling in the vellum. Medieval texts claim certain inks contained powdered meteorite, believing star metal remembered celestial paths. Your thumb skims a freshly formed strait, frosted despite the cabin's warmth. Meteorites may not gossip, but they definitely hold grudges. Outside, waves crash with metronomic boredom. Inside, the map of Ceylon splits like overripe fruit, revealing a lake where elephants should parade. Water stains spread not from spilled grog, but as if the parchment itself remembers floods. You learned this week, via your lawn chair scholarship binge, that Venetian cartographers secretly traded with Ottoman rivals for corrected coastlines. Nationalism rarely survives accurate geography. The Azores bulge, their volcanic peaks sucking neighboring islands into their silhouette. Like cookie dough absorbing chocolate chips. Mid-Atlantic ridge cartography, generally ignored by sunburned sailors, throbs with newly visible seamounts. 16th century fishermen swore full moons pulled up drowned castles on their nets. Granite spires, barnacled with centuries of silence. Your nail traces a river, materializing in the Sahara, Anatolia, draining into a desert basin. The map flinches, a goosebump ripple, suggesting censored memories. Lighthouse placement jokes, probably illegal in 80 maritime nations. A bead of sweat rolls off your nose, hitting the newly formed Red Sea expansion. Ink bleeds outward, indigo tendrils encircling your wrist like sea witch bracelets. Salt crystallizes along their paths, your pulse thudding loud enough to shatter them. Queen Himiko's lost fleet supposedly followed moon roads, salt trails glowing under specific lunar phases. Mainstream academia dismisses this, but academia never had salt rings tightening around their wrists at 3 a.m. The lamp sputters its flame guttering in sympathetic panic. Moonlight bleaches the color from Mercator's North Atlantic, leaving only bone-white outlines. Greenland stretches, prying itself loose from Norway's custody. Fracture lines form where glaciers retreated 6 centuries ago, green valleys emerging like resurrection. You'd call it beautiful if the cabin temperature weren't plummeting again. Fingers shake as you clutch the whale oil flask, amber liquid resisting its pour until the final drop. Waxy dregs float, bursting into flame without wick contact. Oil-soaked 13th-century Easter egg, baptizing uncool interns since King Magnus's last supply ship went missing. Barcelona curls inward on the map, its docks dissolving as Mediterranean depths rise. Aegean islands bleed like watercolor pinpricks, storms of crimson and Prussian blue swirling where Rhodes winks out. Venetian surveyors used madder root dye because the sea deserves better than coal smudges, a pretentious choice smelling of rotting violets and ego. Then the script flips. Coastlines reassemble, not as merchants knew them, but as tectonic plates remember. Dover's cliffs crisp and fresh, their chalk uneroded. A submerged Sunderland emerges, Java-clutching Sumatra like long-lost siblings. The Sognef Fjord yawns wider, its Norwayward plunge deeper than nautical charts dare suggest. Moonlight favors prehuman vistas, longing for when glaciers ruled cartography departments. Shadows of Leviathan spines ripple across Sicily. Pliny's lost sea monsters demanding map space, lost to Enlightenment rationality. The ink flows uphill river deltas, reversing into virgin watersheds. Wisconsin forges new alliances with Antarctica. Cookie dough theory looking increasingly plausible. The Western chart curls its edge crisping like fried parchment. You flatten the corner, your palm meeting unexpected resistance. A second vellum layer glued beneath, peeling back under lunar scrutiny. Moisture blurs the upper map, translucent ghosts revealing what lies below. 3 mountain ranges coil, where Jerusalem huddles their summits, forming runic sigils even a drunk medieval monk couldn't invent. Ethiopia disgorges a river thick enough to strangle the Nile. Rainforests spill over Sahara's borders, their ink so thick you smell crushed cacao leaves and decaying canopies. Your sternum resonates, that pendulum chill returning via paper proxy. Outside, waves play chase with sinking islands. The lamp steadies, casting golden light that fights moon silver for dominance. For every corrected coastline, the flame illuminates another manipulation. Prince Henry's men falsified African capes to deter competitors, their Portuguese-only routes looping through fictional whirlpools. Dawn bleeds through the salt crust, moonlight dissolving with milk-pale reluctance. The maps stiffen, new fjords retreating like shy squid hiding in ink sacs. Carthaginian ports vanish, histories palimpsest, reclaiming accepted falsehoods. Venetian dyes darken, hiding Aegean bloodstorms. Rhone River slithers back into Gaul's embrace. Only your fingernails tell the truth, salt rings crusted where phantom rivers flowed. Your tongue finds lunar bitterness lingering, like copper coins and unspoken regrets. Historians still argue whether Vivaldi's lost ships lie off Somalia or sailed beyond Earth's curve. But tonight, you glimpsed their fate in a nameless inland sea. Outside, Atlantic winds resume their reign, whistling past rigging only ghosts crew. Inside, the dry ink feels taut as drumskin hiding oceans under summer-dusted vellum. The lamp's flame dwindles, its watchful glow resting at last beneath the desk, where shadows pool thickest. The cabin's floor thrums, counting glacial minutes until next full moon. Your knuckles brush against rolled navigation charts, decades of grime softening their leather bindings. Beneath a sketch of knotted rigging, tucked with the reverence of a final confession, an oval portrait winks up at you. Lamplight fractures across broken astrolabe parts, braided into her hair, each brass shard whispering latitudes. 16th century Lisbon dockyards never recorded female shipwrights, but every third launch cradle bled under accidental axe strikes. The portrait's framework tells its own story, walnut paneling sawed from a caravel's scrap timber. Flemish realism meets desperation, here her lips pressed thin, but her chin tilted like a bowsprit challenging storms. A draft snakes beneath the desk, lifting the portrait vertical. Her eyes snap to yours, pupils swallowing lamplight whole. Quartz flakes embedded in the paint mimic tear tracks, each one freezing against your thumb. Medieval Catalan texts warned of compass maidens, women who magnetized tools by sleeping near lodestones. Your pinky tingles nails aligning northward along her braids. History remembers Prince Henry's navigators, not the daughters who memorized wake patterns from cliffside convents. Her left hand clutches a half-finished diorama, schooners rigged with human hair. Right hand rests near a smudged date, 1493, months before Columbus returned crowing about India. You trace her collarbone's ink stroke, the artist's tremor fossilized in oak grain. Suddenly, the lamp dims, its flame funneling into the portrait's quartz tears. Light bends unnaturally, her irises flickering with borrowed fire. Creepier than Mona Lisa's side-eye, you mutter, though your laughter dies as oil smoke curls into her nostrils. Late Gothic portrait tricks, the Dutch mastered corpse revitalizing shadow play. Still seeing painted lungs breathe rattles even your irony armor. Her astrolabe fragments begin clicking, a sound like crab legs tap dancing on copper. One shard detaches, levitating toward the lamp. An iced-over puddle of whale oil catches it, the brass melting instantly. Great, enchanted girl boss jewelry, you whisper, watching liquid metal reform as a tiny armillary sphere. Historians still argue whether Isabella of Castile funded expeditions with pawned cathedral gold, or just sold her detractors silence. Plugging the sphere, it seeds light like a dandelion puff, radiating warmth spreads. Her portrait's background details sharpening. A window reveals a forbidden view, Lisbon's harbor choked with half-built carracks. 11 of those skeletons would sink before christening, struck by rib fractures during construction. Greenish oxidation blooms across her bodice, matching the mold crusting this cabin's northern wall. You dab the decay, your fingertip burning with sudden cold. Forensic art journals debate these Verdaxio ghosts. Paint pigments reacting to specific humidity, as if still thirsty. Her skirt's umber folds liquefy, dripping onto your boot like cold molasses. Flemish ultramarine tints her eyes, lapis lazuli worth 3 months' labor per brushstroke, yet crimson rouge clay smudges her wrists, a shipwright's daughter stealing pigments between varnish batches. Today's GPS couldn't track that dedication, spending midnights grinding porphyry rocks into Armenian bowl. Lamplight gutters, threatening darkness. You shield the portrait, your palm silhouetted against her brow. Shadows congeal into text along the panel's edge, nearly erased by time. To map the void above study voids left below. Cheery bedtime mantra, courtesy of Adrian Richter's Spectres of Navigation Treatise. A tear-shaped hole punctures her sternum, edges singed as if by a cigarillo. Fitting the new armillary sphere into the cavity, it clicks like a well-solved lock. Bronze arms rotate, casting star patterns onto the ceiling. One constellation pulses brighter, Kappa Velorum, a navigation star forgotten after the 15-4 earthquake sank its reference maps. Portuguese captains called it a menina perdida, a lost girl guiding wanderers home. Irony stings worse than the cold now, her star shimmering directly above your head. The sphere whirs, shedding flakes of rust, that taste of shoreline static. Her portrait cools, quartz tears now inert as river stones. Only the armillary remains animate, crafted from your lamp's stolen flame, each ring spinning faster until the cabin disappears. You're adrift, salt wind howling through rigging made of shuddering breath. North Star drowned, Kappa Velorum your sole compass. Somewhere below Wood Creek's splinters drowns. The sphere dims. Your boot hits solid timber, portrait still warming your palm. The lamp resumes its dutiful flicker. Bronze arms fall still, one final speck of light glinting where the lost girl's heart still hums. Dawn licks the eastern porthole. Atlantic winds unwind their gale-force sermon, yet near the portrait, silence pools thick as uncured varnish. Her eyes have shifted, tracking something below deck, where floorboards never warp. The southern window rattles, its iron latch hanging useless, despite the hurricane outside. Atlantic fury throws whole waves against the glass, yet the pane refuses to shatter. You brace against the main desk, boots slipping on brine-slathered floorboards. Lloyd's of London wouldn't ensure this view. You mutter, tasting salt crusting your lips. Rainwater swirls across the floor, avoiding 2 warped boards near the portrait's discarded frame. Prince Henry, the navigators will left 80 pounds of pepper to his storm lantern keepers. But no records mention this cabin. A gust rips the window open, your jacket plastered to your chest by wet wind. The bronze lamp convulses, its flame flattening into horizontal blades of light. Shadows leap, fingers grasping at the far wall. Your own silhouette stretches 12 hands tall, wrist joints bending like gnarled driftwood. Historians still argue whether medieval magnetic locks required whispered prayers or just better blacksmiths. Glowing hand shapes clutch at the ceiling beams as if the room itself were capsizing. Definitely OSHA-violating luminosity. You croak, ducking a wax stalactite shaken loose by the storm. Whale oil sputters, releasing fumes smelling of overcooked ambergris. 14th-century monks once burned lanternfish oil during tempests, believing their skeletons glowed with trapped moonlight. 3 floorboards north of your boots begin drumming, spitting up rusty nails like loose teeth. The lamp's violent swings sketch frantic circles, every arc etching phosphorescent afterimages. Your molars hum, filling with the dissonance of conflicting tides. That's when you spot them, the handprints. Not shadows at all, but projections from the lamp's guttering core. 5 luminescent palms press against the eastern wall, fingers beckoning toward the stubbornly unlatched window. Airbnb host left worse reviews. You joke, voice thin against the gale. A rogue wave slams the cabin, flooding your ankles with ice needle spray. The portrait frame skitters sideways, its cold quartz tears hissing against brine. Those painted eyes still track the drumming floorboards, now pulsing like a panicked heart. You drop to your knees, fingernails finding grooves around the unharmed timber. No rot here, just neat seams concealing what? Spilled whale oil reveals brass hinges beneath the wood, another artisan's hidden compartment. The screaming wind shifts, carrying a woman's voice threading through the chaos. Not the portrait's shipwright daughter. This tone is older, rasping, with volcanic grit. Beware the map that drinks its own north, she chants. Or maybe that's just timbers straining. Prizing up the floorboard, you reveal a lead crate lined with salt-stiffened velvet. Inside rests a ship's lantern, its glass etched with hydrographic symbols glowing faintly blue. 3 things strike you immediately: pitted bronze fittings, a vertebrae-shaped handle, and the wick, not hemp or flax, but braided human hair darkened by centuries of smoke. Forensic analysis of 1,456 shipwrecks found similar strands, possibly snipped during navigators' initiation rites. Your scalp prickles, hair follicle ghosts sensing their kin. The hurricane hits a momentary lull, silence crashing louder than waves. In that quiet, the lantern's wick curls toward your stolen armillary sphere. It hungers for that brass. Shadows convulse, hands on the wall clenching into fists. Lamplight bleeds crimson, then deepest indigo, projecting sailors, not patterns upside down. You pocket the sphere, defiant instinct overriding logic. Cool party trick, lights allergic to metal. You tell the empty air voice steadier than your pulse. Outside, dawn battles the storm, streaking clouds bloody. The lantern in your hands grows heavier, as if filled with black tidewater. Its etched waves ripple under your thumb, currents flowing opposite the real Atlantic's pull. Fitting the armillary into the lantern's base, the mechanism clicks, sparking emerald flares. Underwater cities glimmer on the glass, not Atlantis fantasies, but Yaroslav's harbor illuminated by bioluminescent monks. A real pirate, haven drowned when Doggerland sank, though most textbooks call it folklore. Whale oil flames erupt inside, casting the beckoning hands in color now. Gold veins trace knuckles, lappies fingernails, crimson palm lines. They point insistently toward the swelling tempest beyond the window. A swell lifts the entire cabin floorboards, rippling like a living deck. That voice slithers back words half drowned by thunderclaps. Follow the candles that drown. Ridiculous, yet your feet shuffle toward the sill. The hurricane inhales, holding its breath mid-rave. You lean into tearing winds, lantern raised like a weapon. Its flame splits into 9 separate tongues, each pointing toward different phantom lighthouses. Historians still debate whether Portugal's crown ordered false coastal lights to wreck rivals. Metal reflectors found in 2002 suggest yes. Something massive breaks the waves, a shadow deeper than night. The lantern gutters, all 9 flames stretching toward the Leviathan shape. Ribs like submerged cathedral arches, a spine curving for leagues, bioluminescent algae outlining, jaws bigger than carracks. Saliva floods your mouth, iron-rich pre-storm ozone swapped for predator musk. Nope, final boss needs better cutscene timing. You tell the dying light, heaving the window shut. Bone-shaking impact, the cabin lurching starboard. Your lantern cracks against the wall, human hair wick spilling cobalt smoke. It smells of funeral pyres and unopened graves. The hands on the wall dissolve, fingers becoming eels that swim into cracks between beams. Dawn winds, pouring gold through shattered glass. The hurricane flees west, leaving your ears ringing with fake silence. Only the portrait's gaze remains unchanged, still locked on the lead-lined compartment, now vomiting seawater. Floorboards groan, revealing the source of her fixation. Saltwater retreats, exposing a marble slab set 10 feet below the cabin. Its surface swirls with silver and jet-black currents, an inland sea lapping at coasts no atlas ever blessed. Warm light pools where Jerusalem should be, except here it's an island. The lantern dies, its final spark arcing into the deep, steered by hands unseen. No voice whispers now, only a wet rope of kelp slithering across the slab, writing new coastlines with each squirm. Your fingers brush the kelp's message. It tastes of glacier melt and apology. Rolling it into a scroll, you note how the cabin's northern wall mold pulses green in approval. That's when the first bell tolls from under the floor, bronze notes trembling through standing water. The kelp scroll squirms in your palms, its surface glistening with threads of gold no ocean ever grew. 3 layers peel away beneath your nails, each crackling like dried spider silk. First, a vellum sheet showing Jerusalem ringed by lush valleys instead of desert. Second, papyrus, scraped thin, depicting holy rivers flowing uphill toward Babylon. The final layer clings stubbornly, seaweed glued, with something tasting of fermented olives and regret. You spit grit onto the flooded floor, watching grains spiral into the drainage cracks. 14th century mapmakers often boiled leather to hide forbidden landscapes. Prince Henry's men preferred purposeful mistakes. Historians still argue whether Malta's coordinates were falsified in portolan charts, deliberately sinking Genoese cargo ships. Your thumbnail catches the last layer's edge, peeling upward with agonizing slowness. Bioluminescent ink bleeds through a turquoise like swallowing where Jerusalem's walls should stand. Legend claims Venetian spies smuggled vulcanized ink that absorbed moonlight, clever forgery, or confirmed fact. Your lamp gutters, revealing ghost fish swimming across the submerged city square. One lazily nibbles at Solomon's temple dome, now barnacled and tilted eastward. Warm wax drips onto your wrist, startlingly smooth against seawater-chilled skin. The lamp's solemn flame bows toward the marble slab, as if greeting an old conspirator. You count 7 submerged towers, their spires mutated by centuries of tidal pressure. Real estate markets soggy, but affordable. You murmur tracing ripples above a drowned marketplace. Pressure shifts behind your ribs, salt crystals blooming beneath your tongue. That's Jerusalem's, like exhaling through the kelp scroll, vapors reeking of crushed time and buried incense urns. Crusader maps placed Acre at the world's center. This liquid ghost city laughs at their compass roses. Peeling the last scrap free, the chamber groans, its wooden ribs contracting. On the slab's edge, a brass plate emerges marked with coordinates and a name. Lacus Hierosolomitanus. The ink glows hungry green, digesting lamplight like algae swallowing sun. Your fingers leave steam trails across cold marble, each ridge mapped with surgeon's precision. 8 cartouches frame the lake, each carved with sailing vessels, unrecognizable to maritime museums. One features triangular sails stitched from what looks like dragonfly wings. Ottoman shipwrights once experimented with insect wing fabric. Wind ripped every prototype apart. Beneath the lake's eastern shore, shadowy script wriggles, defying translation. Squinting, you recognize it as upside-down Venetian, encoded with Genoese harbor slang. Your mother sails with leaky ballast. It taunts or praises. Dialects blur after 6 centuries. Lamplight snuffs out mid-chuckle, plunging the slab into momentary darkness. When your eyes adjust, the lake's surface froths violently, spewing up corroded coins. Sicilian silver, Byzantine copper, Armenian billion, each minted with crowned frogs instead of kings. A wine jug shatters somewhere above its shards, slicing seawater into fading amber puddles. The kelp scroll disintegrates, its golden threads dissolving into acrid smoke. 3 chimes resonate inside your skull, each deeper than cathedral bells sunk off Brittany. You press both palms against the lacus Hierosolomitanus inscription, skin tingling with ancient electrolysis. Jerusalem timeshare salesmen would hate this view, you say, startled, when the submerged fish turn toward your voice. Through turquoise haze, a stone gate grinds open, swallowing 2 fish whole. Beyond, terraced hills shimmer, olive groves drowned mid-harvest. The coordinates burn through brass, searing digits directly into your lifeline. 33 degrees 41. They hiss, infinitely colder than the Red Sea's floor. Whispers curl beneath the leaky ceiling, arguing in dead dialects. They debate which medieval monk first swapped beetle shells for lapis in his ink pots. Their laughter stirs algae into cursive sentences, briefly legible. Dive deeper, scribble slower. As thunder reclaims the sky, your spine locks, memorizing the lake's contours. Somewhere 3 floorboards north, a dry quill scratches approvals against rotted ledger covers. Salt crusts your eyelashes, sealing the vision into memory's vault. Just before the bells resume their silver torment, your palms flatten against the slab, its marble sweating iron-cold droplets onto your wrists. Scholars call this St. Elmo's damp, the clammy residue left when Atlantic humidity clings to shipwreck cargo. That forgotten brass plate still glows beneath your fingertips, coordinates pulsing like a second heartbeat. 33 degrees, 41 minutes, each digit gnawing deeper into your fingerprints. Waves roar inside your skull now, 30-foot swells crashing against temporal bone. Time stretches thin as vellum soaked in whale oil. One breath becomes the sway of a full tide cycle. Outside, thunder guts the sky. But here in the lamplight's orbit, seconds ooze like warm resin. You watch a wax droplet take 17 minutes to splash onto the lacus Hierosolomitanus engraving. Or has it been 17 heartbeats? Historians still argue whether Lusitanian sailors trained their lungs to sync with wave patterns, an early meditation technique lost when spice routes shifted. Rain hammers the roof, each droplet freezing midair near the lamp's flame. Suspended water quivers, reflecting distorted glimpses of drowned Jerusalem. Prince Henry, the navigator, funded expeditions seeking Prester John's kingdom. Here lies the fountain they actually found. Your chuckle rasps like hull wood scraping reef. The joke tastes bitter. What navigator could sell this truth? Jerusalem by Sea timeshares include free kelp manicures. You whisper, startled when suspended raindrops echo your words in 14th-century Genoese. The lamp flame gutters left, painting shadows that flow backward. A phantom quill scratches reversed Latin onto parchment that isn't there, ink blooming before the nib touches surface. You glance at your own hand, fingers smudged with non-existent indigo. Definitely skipped breakfast, you mutter. But hunger vanished hours ago, if hours still exist here. 14th-century apothecaries sold ginger candies to combat temporal seasickness. Galleon crews chewed them raw during particularly disorienting storms. Suddenly, you're balancing on a barrel, your boots fused to tar-smeared wood. The cabin walls breathe, planks warping inward with oceanic pressure. That brass plate clatters to the floor digits, melting into a mercury puddle before solidifying as a miniature armillary sphere. Its rings spin faster than thought, alignment impossible under true celestial mechanics. Someone recalibrate gravity, you sigh, poking the sphere with a whalebone stylus, sending it whirling like a drunkard's compass. Outside, Portugal's coastline buckles cliffs, eroding into coastline faster than silt fills your hourglass. You glimpse caravels dissolving mid-voyage, sails eaten by accelerated mildew crews, vanishing between blinks. Your retina burns with afterimages of faster centuries. Tea historians found 3-pound sugar crystals in Henry's shipwrecks. Evidence crews used sweets to stay awake during night watches. Now you understand why time dilation demands brutal caffeine alternatives. The lamp dims, its bronze hood hissing, shut like a weary eyelid. Darkness hugs your ribs, smelling of North African leather bindings and lost latitude calculations. 7 pendulum swings pass before you realize no pendulum hangs here. Your eyelids flutter, each blink transporting you between map tables. One moment scribbling over Venetian forgeries, the next kneeling beside Ptolemy's ghost as he corrects coastlines with trembling charcoal. A pipe clatters in the far corner, tobacco still glowing despite total midnight. Its smoke curls into shapes resembling Henry's fleet, then twists into serpentine dragons swallowing their own tails. Timekeepers argue whether atomic clocks would malfunction here, or simply laugh at human attempts to measure infinity. The armillary sphere leaps onto your palm, its meridian ring nipping your thumb like a starved puppy. Coordinates ripple along its equator, showing 5 different longitudes for Lisbon, depending on moon phase. Henry sponsored inventors who believed the Gulf Stream could be ridden like a chariot into the west. If only they could map this exact pulse. Your teeth ache with the sphere's vibrations, a sensory illusion as real as the cold floor beneath you. Rain resumes falling normally, pelting your scalp with icy insistence. The lamp reopens, casting jittery light over maps, now bleached blank. Those intricate coastlines, fjords, kelp forests, all rinsed away by temporal tides. Only the Lacus Hierosolomitanus remains, its turquoise waters swirling counterclockwise, dragging your thoughts into its current. You press a palm against your chest, counting 19 seconds between heartbeats. Prince Henry's fleet surgeons documented similar arrhythmias in pilots who swore they'd crossed time shallows near the Azores. Their cure involved leeches and cinnabar tea, trading one delirium for another. The sphere disintegrates, leaving pearlescent powder in your palm that smells of Venetian glass factories. When you blow it upward, Motes arrange into an astrolabe-shaped constellation, its pointers aimed at unreachable stars, your lungs empty completely, air stolen, replaced by brinthic centuries. Through the western porthole, moonlight carves a silver path across genuine Atlantic waves, normal speed, normal size. Turn back to the lamp, and time collapses again, minutes compressing into instants that bruise your consciousness. 30 ship logs recovered from Henry's era mention, hours gone missing in flame gaze, always dismissed as drunken rambling. Your reflection warps in the lamp's bronze base, chin elongating, eyes sinking into shadowed sockets. A stranger's face mouthing warnings in Galician Portuguese. Your own tongue forms words you've never learned. Mar desconhecido devours even its cartographers. Dawn light bleeds through eastern cracks. Another impossibility. Weren't you just battling midnight? Your bones feel both splintered and fossilized, as if you've aged years in this single dark embrace. 4 finches land on the rusted window latch, pecking at wood mites, unaware of temporal absurdities. The lacus, Hierosolymitanus engraving fades, its submerged towers dissolving into marble grain. Only the coordinates linger, burned onto your palm in workforce, letters still vibrating with oceanic impatience. Historians dream of Henry's legendary itinerary maps, while you've lived inside their broken clockwork. As sunlight finally conquers the room, your shadow stretches 10 feet, then snaps back violently. The lamp cools, its once eternal flame reduced to a drowsy ember. Normal seconds click relentlessly now, each more jarring than cathedral bells. You kneel, forehead pressed to cold marble, where Jerusalem's like once beckoned, utterly certain 17 lifetimes passed in this single night watch. Thunder migrates northward, taking its distorted chronology with it. The floorboards creak their familiar complaints, no longer breathing like living ships. Your hourglass resumes falling, sand grains obedient, mundane. Somewhere beyond Portugal's real coastline, the true Atlantic yawns, stretching minutes into hours for lesser navigators. You blow dust off the lamp's bronze hood, watching motes dance in honest sunlight, free at last from time's drunken choreography. Your right palm still prickles, those glowing coordinates now etched just beneath skin, waiting for the next unknowing cartographer to ignite their terrible chronometry. Whispers curl from the extinguished wick, ancient and exhausted. Sleep, they hiss, before the currents notice you again. You obey, forehead against the slab, dreaming of lakes that swallow centuries between one heartbeat and the next. Waves crash inside your skull, gentler now, as time stitches itself back into something resembling linear mercy. Your knees scrape against floorboards as you crawl toward the darkest corner, cold iron brushing your ankle like irons bolt a 3-legged stool to the planks, their hinges crusted with salt crystals instead of rust. Funny how the most chilling things hide in plain sight. You'd walked past this spot 8 times since dawn, never noticing the shackles smiling up at you. Charcoal lines score the wood beneath the stool, complex webs of angles intersecting in precise clusters. At first glance, they resemble child's drawings, constellations gone feral. Then you spy tiny notations. Luacea de Marso 1428. Estrella du Nort de Su Dois Ditos. These are no doodles. They're patient star calculations spanning decades. Historians catalogued 4 Portuguese ships that trailed captured Arab astronomers, forced to teach celestial navigation under threat. Your pinky traces a particularly dense cluster, the charcoal, gritty yet indelible. 5 different lunar cycles overlap here, their phases intersecting like lace. One fringe theory claims Prince Henry's men imprisoned a Venetian clockmaker, here forcing him to perfect longitude calculations. You glance at the leg irons, their inner edges worn smooth. Whoever sat here returned voluntarily, night after night, their ankles seeking familiar grooves. Better benefits than modern internships, you mutter, though the joke curdles in your throat. The stool wobbles when you test its weight, one leg shorter from centuries of uneven pressure. Beneath it, a depression in the wood cradle's dust, shaped like folded legs. Night tightens around the cabin as you crouch lower, your shadow merging with the charcoal markings. Suddenly, a scratch of sound nails dragging across grain. The lines ignite with faint blue light each intersection, humming like plucked lute strings. Your breath snags. This isn't reflected lamplight. These symbols glow with their own cold fire. 3 lunar crescents, pulse brightest, marking dates you recognize from Henry's failed Azores expedition. Historians still argue whether medieval navigators understood magnetic declination or just followed seabirds and superstition. Here lies their answer: meticulous equations predicting Atlantic anomalies, scrawled by someone who never stood upright to see stars firsthand. A draft lifts the hair on your neck, whispering sentences in Arabic-infused Portuguese. Measure the dark between Gemini's knees. That is where true north drowns. You spin, finding only undisturbed shadows. Either the cabin's gone sentient, or sleep deprivation bakes your nerves. The leg irons ice your palms when you grip them, their chill biting deeper than winter docks. Iron once shackled to human skin absorbs salt, sweat, desperation, they say. These taste only of polished metal and bitter almonds. You recoil, wiping your hand on your tunic, unsure why the scent unsettles you. Apothecaries sold almond oil to soothe shackle sores, its sweetness masking festering wounds. Moonlight slants through a crack, illuminating a previously invisible layer. Beneath the star grids, fainter lines sketch landmasses, their edges warped by time. Madagascar bulges westward, India narrows like a dagger, Antalya sprawls, where only open ocean should exist. These aren't mistakes, they're corrections. Your thumbnail digs at a charcoal smudge, revealing older markings beneath. 5, maybe 6 generations of maps erased, and redrawn here. The stool creaks, though you've not touched it, its ghostly occupant still laboring over crescent moons and phantom islands. Suddenly the cabin tilts, not metaphorically. The floor actually lists starboard. The leg irons rattle against their bolts, straining toward some invisible north. Historians documented Henry's obsession with magnetic rocks from Greenland. He hoarded them like holy relics. You're kneeling on Europe's largest lodestone, its pull warping compasses for leagues. Could have mentioned that before the vertigo, you tell the floorboards, gripping the stool for balance. Your fingers brush grooves carved into its seat, 8 parallel lines scored deep. Tally marks hundreds, no thousands, counting nights, storms, betrayals. Each groove contains microscopic ink stains, likely from a quill clutched too tightly during night vigils. Dawn's first gray light bleeds through the window, yet the charcoal constellations glow brighter, defying the sun. Their blue radiance seeps into your skin, filling your veins with icy pinpricks. You glimpse movement, a translucent hand clutching yours, guiding your finger along a fresh calculation. Not today, boss. You yank free, stumbling backward into a table. The phantom grip lingers your wrist ringed with frost where spectral fingers held it. 16th-century sailors feared haunted arithmetic, equations that summoned storm winds when solved incorrectly. Turns out, the ghosts just wanted their overtime pay. The leg irons finally quiet their northward pull, subsiding as daylight conquers the cabin. Only now do you notice the stool's 4th leg, not missing, but carefully sawn off for balance, or to ensure its occupant stayed asymmetrical, tethered to earth while charting heavens. Toward the leg iron's base, a single word carved with shaking knife, Liberdade. Freedom, but from what? The stars, the sea, or the lamp's relentless revelations. Your laugh sounds alien here, too sharp, too modern. Freedom's just another word for uncharted waters, and buddy, we're drowning in them. As sunlight drowns the last blue symbols, the charcoal reverts to mundane scribbles. You swear under your breath, rubbing wrists that still feel phantom cold. Whoever worked here, captive or volunteer, left a warning in their calculations. The stars prefer their secrets, buried their truths dissolved in midnight ink. The stool creaks again, empty yet purposeful, as you retreat toward safer shadows. Those leg irons gleam like a grin now, promising answers if you dare sit, ankles offered willingly. Outside, gulls scream warnings you're too landlocked to understand. Your palm rests on the carved word, Liberdade, its letters warmer than surrounding wood. Maybe freedom wasn't escape, but devotion. This stool a self-made prison for minds that sailed beyond horizons. You rise, dusting charcoal from your knees, leaving the corner to its silent vigil. Whispers chase you toward the door, equations recited in Portuguese slurred by exhaustion. 15, 30, 73 nights spent measuring darkness, recording how stars fracture through tears. The lamp flickers, its flame bending toward the stool, toward the scribe it fed. Year after lonely year. An acorn rolls toward you, stopping just shy of the desk's edge. Its polished surface glints, worn smooth by generations of nervous hands. Sailors rubbed these for luck during Atlantic crossings, though few admitted their superstitions. The nut trembles, as if repelled by invisible borders, refusing to cross certain inked coastlines. Someone skipped their cardio, you muse, watching it avoid a cluster of islands. The Azores sprawl below your fingertips. 9 volcanic specks Portuguese sailors, called home between storms. Strategic pit stop for spice-laden carracks. These isles meant survival after weeks of open ocean. The lamp above you gutters, dimming whenever your shadow touches those famed harbors. You cough pointedly toward the brass contraption, drama queen. Its flame shrinks further, licking downward, as if seeking shelter within its own oil reservoir. This ain't normal whale fuel behavior. You've seen it shrug off gale force drafts with gleeful defiance. Something about these coordinates tightens its wick like a noose. Your palm hovers over Fail Island, chief port for ships resupplying before African voyages. The lamp's glow fades to a sullen ember, casting long skeletal shadows up the walls. Historians documented Prince Henry's secret colonies here, way stations stocked with citrus to combat scurvy. But why would that annoy a lamp? Playing hard to illuminate, you mutter, blowing gently on the flame. It recoils, curling into a blue comma of light, before surging back with golden defiance. The acorn vibrates near Pico's jagged outline, its spin wobbling like a drunk compass needle. Under lamplight, the Azores shift, their coastlines smudging like wet charcoal. Mountains retreat, valleys yawn wider, as if geography itself hesitates here. You lean closer, nose almost brushing parchment. Tiny holes puncture the map, where São Miguel should be, each pierced by a precise instrument. Evidence of frustration or concentrated burns. Your fingertip traces the archipelago, finding unexpected ridges beneath the paper, layers, at least 6, glued with something resembling beeswax and ground shells. Peeling back the top sheet reveals older maps beneath, each Azores iteration smaller, cruder, vanishing entirely in the lowest layer. Vanishing act worthy of Houdini, you whisper. The lamp flares, startlingly bright, before dimming again. A chill creeps up your spine, though the cabin feels stifling tonight. 16th century accounts mention phantom islands near the Azores, sighted, then erased from logs. One captain swore he'd walked through a forest there, only to wake adrift in open sea. You press the acorn onto Santa Maria's marked bay, its curve fitting perfectly into the cove's outline. The nut heats instantly, filling the air with toasted oak scent. Jerking your hand back, you watch brown scorch marks bloom on the parchment. Theory confirmed, this ain't your grandma's paperweight. The lamp's brass fittings creak, swiveling away like a petulant child, avoiding vegetables. Real mature, you tell it, patting the warm metal housing. Some legends claim certain islands only materialize under specific moonlight, their beaches paved with gemstones that crackle under lamplight. Maybe your fiery friend prefers its mysteries intact. Salt crusts the map near Tercera, flaking off when you brush it. Underneath, 4 words in cramped script, nada aqua lame de nos. Nothing here but us. Odd phrase for navigators obsessed with claiming every rock. The acorn rolls toward the message, halting mid-word, as if repelled by the nos. Us. You flip the acorn, discovering worn carvings on its underside, tiny numerals, 1437, surrounding a sigil resembling a winged caduceus. A cult symbol or contractor's mark from some long-dead carpenter. Ship manifests list acorns among miscellaneous morale items, alongside dice and harmonicas. Lamplight flickers across the brown nut, revealing a hairline crack. Inside, not the expected withered kernel, but folded parchment stuffed like a nutty Russian doll. Tweezers coax the scrap free, unfurling into a sailing schedule for Henry's fleet. Routine stuff, until your eyes snag on repeated redactions near the Azores. 3 ship names appear, then vanish under heavy ink, only their first letters surviving. S.V.I. You mentally flip through Portugal's naval archives. São Gabriel Vera Cruz Infante, all vanished mid-Atlantic, presumed sunk by storms. Yet here their names are murdered twice, on ocean and paper. The lamp dims to near darkness, its light pool shrinking around your wrists. Historians still argue whether pre-Columbus sailors knew of lands west of the Azores. Maps suggest awareness. Your lamp suggests violence. Outside, an unseasonal fog thickens, dampening the usual gull cries. You nudge the acorn experimentally, watching it veer away from Flores Island every time. Same westward path Henry's captains took toward the New World's rumored riches. The nut's avoidance feels less like physics, more like trauma. Talk to me, Cashew, you plead half seriously. No response, just that persistent westward roll. Sailors swore acorns rattled before shipwrecks, nautical canaries in wooden shells. This one's quieter than a confessional, its secrets armored behind cellulose and time. Sweat beads on your neck, the cabin's air gone syrup thick. The lamp's flame sinks dangerously low, flickering green at its core. Northern legends whisper of drowned fire, light that strangles itself near certain waters. You snap your fingers, quick jabs of sound, and the flame reawakens with a hiss. That's when you spot it, minute indentations around Corvo Island's depiction. Not ink, but actual depressions pressed into the paper. Someone traced this spot repeatedly, wearing through 6 layers of parchment, obsession made tangible. The acorn rolls toward it, slow this time, reverent. Before contact, the lamp flares white-hot, its glass chimney ringing like a struck bell. Heat bathes your face, forcing you back. In that brilliance, you glimpse new landmasses west of Corvo, serpentine shapes unrecorded in any atlas. Then darkness slams down total, like a cellar door shutting. Blind you grope for familiar tools, finding only icy brass instead of warm whale oil. The acorn rattles violently against the desk, its sound unnervingly alive. Window shutters bang open without touch, admitting a freezing salt wind that tears maps skyward. The lamp remains dark. Moonlight reveals what lamplight refused to show. Silver blue phosphorescence outlines the Azores now, their islands, connected by glowing filaments like neural pathways. The acorn sits perfectly centered, a wooden nucleus in this luminous web. Your palm hovers above, feeling static lifting arm hairs. Slowly, the light fades, leaving mundane ink and parchment behind. The lamp remains extinguished, its wick cold, despite the oil reservoir's fullness. The acorn lies still lifeless as any forest floor discard. Your finger prods it gently, half expecting electric reprisal. Nothing. Outside, dawn bleeds across the horizon, ordinary yellows smothering the night's spectral blues. You rotate the acorn one last time, its burned underside cool now. Whalers whispered of forbidden islands marked on dream maps, guides usable only while asleep. Maybe your lamp protects waking minds from truths that bite. The chimney finally clinks, glass contracting as residual heat flees. Warmth creeps back into your numb fingers, familiar whale oil perfume replacing ozone's sharpness. You utter silent thanks, patting the lamp like a spooked horse. Historians debate whether the Azores hid pirate treasures or sheltered political exiles. Those squabbles feel quaint now, like children arguing over gravestone decorations. True secrets don't glitter, they watch from the dark. Patience honed across centuries. The acorn rests where you left it, aligned with phantom continents only the moon witnessed. You consider pocketing it, trophy from tonight's silent war. Too risky. Some keys exist to stay lost, their doors better left cobwebbed and still. Wind flutters the maps, their edges mimicking wave crests. Outside, real waves whisper of deeper hungers, colder depths. The lamp flares once, briefly, casting your shadow tall enough to touch the rafters. A farewell wink or challenge for the next fool seeking answers. Keep your secrets, you tell the cooling brass, the acorn, the starved seas beyond these walls. Better to navigate by known stars, their lies at least familiar. You blow out the lamp properly, an act of truce, and let the risen sun paint mercy on the silent charts. Some mysteries dim their own lights, yearning to be forgotten. Sunlight knives through salt-crusted windows, unwelcome afternoon glare across your sweat-damp neck. The desk swims under overlapping sketches, mad geographies painted with your own shaking hands. Sleep deprivation bleeds colors. The red grids resemble raw nerve endings, tributaries of capillary crimson. You've been charting for hours, days, with only whale oil fumes and madness for company. Your pinky finger drags through fresh ink, smearing Kalimantan's rainforests into Brazil's eastern bulge. The collision births jagged peaks, mountains upside down, roots clawing at cloudless parchment skies, cartographic heresy, or accidental genius, 16th century carracks borrowed Malay sail designs, though the crown denied it fiercely. That fact floats uselessly now, like rigging torn loose in a typhoon. Definitely not getting that deposit back, you mutter, surveying the ruined map beneath your forearms. The lamp watches, flame stuttering, whenever your quill approaches the southern hemisphere. Its brass fittings radiate nervous heat, singeing stray parchment edges. You dab your forehead, leaving translucent smudges across Sumatra. Fever sweat soaks your collar, stinking of brine and something metallic. Crimson ink swirls in its dish, mercury heavy, according to old Venetian recipes. Cartographers claimed it sharpened focus, conveniently omitting the tremors and night terrors. An archipelago materializes where Borneo's rivers should end, green ink morphing into turquoise bays shaped like astrolabe gears. Uncharted or deliberately erased, historians still argue whether pre-Columbian maps showed accurate New World coastlines or just guesswork doodled by bored monks. Your lamp knows its smoke snakes westward, avoiding the question. Your thumbnail traces a phantom inland sea, its shores stitched from fever dreams and half-recalled explorer diaries. River deltas branch like fractured veins, each tributary labeled with trembling script. Here be manic parrots, your least professional notation yet. Portuguese sailors traded for scarlet macaws, never admitting how those shrieks haunted their homeward voyages. The lamp's wick sputters, casting emerald shadows that squirm across your wrists. You blink hard, but the green afterimages cling like swamp moss. Northern map corner your hastily sketched mountains, now slope downward peaks, plunging underground like inverted fangs. Some alchemists believed reversed topography revealed hell's mirror kingdoms, hence their obsession with spelunking volcanoes. Your elbow bumps an inkwell, obsidian liquid bleeding across Madagascar. The spill consumes elephants and spice roots, a Rorschach blot hungry for civilization. Abstract expressionist period, you ask the lamp. Its flame bends away, ashamed to witness such amateurish disasters. A crinkle draws your eye, sunset orange wax, pooling near Java. Someone sealed secret messages within these map layers, the brittle odor of decades-old sealing wax, unmistakable. You chip at the resin with a dagger's tip, releasing trapped bergamot perfume. Expensive stuff reserved for royal correspondence or illicit love letters. Beneath the wax, childish script defaces a trade route, Pi Mentiroso, lying father. Faint brown fingerprints surround the words, stains darker than aged paper. Ship manifests list 12-year-old cabin boys on exploration vessels, unpaid and expendable. You trace the accusation, feeling ghostly resentment, hum through your fingertip. Grim humor strikes. You sketch an island shaped like an acorn west of Cadiz. The lamp flares briefly, revealing tiny crosshatches on your doodle's surface. Self-preservation instinct kicks in. You scratch out the landmass before the flame turns accusatory. Some jokes anger ancient things. Fatigue blurs the parchment's edges. Caribbean islands vibrating like struck tuning forks. Sleep deprivation mimics drunkenness, sands the fun parts. Your quill slips, gashing a canyon from Cusco to Patagonia. Red ink cascades into the crevasse, a wound across the continent. The lamp's light dims, mourning geographic homicide. Sweat droplets splatter terra australis, wind patterns diffusing into brackish Rorschach blooms. Salt crystallizes in your eyebrows, each blink grating like sandpaper. Antarctic winds howl beyond the porthole, real or hallucinated. Whalers described phantom chills near certain maps, their compasses spinning tales no sober captain would believe. The lamp's chimney rattles warning chime for wayward thoughts. You visualize Borneo's canopy swallowing Brazilian jungles, roots tangling across ocean floors. Impossible, yet your fingers keep drawing the fusion, muscle memory overriding sanity. Sunset bleeds across the desk, crimson grids glowing like activated circuitry. Your shadow looms, growing hands large enough to crush Madagascar. The lamp rebels flame stretching thin as a scorned lover's patience. Its glow barely touches your newest abomination. Borneo's rivers, now emptying into Amazonian tributaries via upside-down Andean tunnels. Moonrise brings clarity of a sort. The mockingbird outside mimics rigging creaks, cruel reminder of unfinished work. You uncork another ink vial, gunmetal blue this time, and splash continents into oblivion. Cartography as controlled rage, therapeutic vandalism with a badgerhair brush. The first stars emerge, Venus winking through haze. Your lamp steadies, casting milky light on the disaster zone below. 2 landmasses remain, Borneo-Brazil hybrids, separated by seas, drawn with your own split knuckle blood. Iron scent mixes with orchid ink war perfume for a mapmaker's private apocalypse. When in doubt, add volcanoes. You declare stippling magma vents along the coastline. Magellan's crew described Pacific fire mountains visible for hundreds of nautical miles. Natural lighthouses for the damned. Midnight chills your spine, though sweat still soaks your shirt. Something shifts beneath the parchment. You lift the corner, revealing older maps fused to your feverish scrawls. The ink somehow bled through 6 layers, rewriting history with your madness. Borneo's mountains now tunnel through Earth's core, sprouting Brazilian peaks on the opposite side. The lamp watches flame perfectly still, judging your descent into heresy. Dawn finds you slumped over the desk, cheek glued to dried crimson lakes. The fused landmass glares up audacious and undeniable. Sunlight exposes a hidden detail. Your unconscious hand drew tiny bridges between inverted peaks. Archways threaded with silk or spiderweb, no thicker than an eyelash. The lamp clicks, cooling at last. Its silence feels like forgiveness or surrender. You rub gummed eyelashes, staring at the birth of continents that never were. Through the porthole reel, waves dismantle real shores, patiently erasing every temporary truth. Better to leave the bridges undrawn and the mountains upside down. Your knuckles brush cold glass. The shock pulls you upright from your ink-stained stupor. Pickling brine sloshes inside 3 ceramic jars, their stoppers swollen with decades of trapped rot. Pages twist within parchment ghosts, dancing a slow waltz with decay. Salt stench attacks your nostrils, stinging like Portuguese sailors, leggings washed in vinegar. They stored gear this way, suppressing shipboard plagues with whatever acid brine they could brew. No one thought to preserve words the same way, yet here they float. Translucent shrimp dart between sentences, their tiny bodies nibbling at inky nouns. Read fast, you mutter, watching verbs dissolve into particulate snow. One entry surfaces clearly, quintifera, 9 de Agosto, before a crustacean devours the numerals whole. Dust motes swarm your disturbance, swirling into mini typhoons above the jars. You blow gently, revealing torn edges where the brine never quite reached. Medieval recipe books advised soaking citrus peels in urine for waterproof ink, smellier solutions for important letters. The first scrap clings to your tweezers, a love note judging by its looping vowels. Tu corazo, acuta unica estrella, quem compasso reconhes. Good line, though the mold now claims Corazo as its own. Pairs of rhyming sailor poetry litter Lisbon archives, proof that loneliness sailed every caravel. Jar 2 holds darker fare, a sailed list of latitudes that shouldn't exist. 15 degrees north Alame de Tormenta. Beyond the storm, unofficial name for forbidden Atlantic territories. King Afonso V banned exploration past certain points, terrified of emptying his treasury into the abyss. You peer closer, the coppery tang of blood rust mixes with brine. 53 degrees west, crossed out violently, replaced with splashy crimson corrections. Exact same latitude where Cabot vanished after boasting of Antalia's golden cities. Jellyfish-like ink clouds drift across a military report. In fields, Uma Ilha movable islands. Nonsense. Yet Juan de la Cosa's famous world map shows phantom landmasses, labeled, "Here there be whirlpools that walk." Historians still argue whether these were fanciful warnings or garbled accounts of Antarctic ice shelves calving into the sea. 3 grammar-obsessed barnacles cling to a supply manifest, editing cargo lists with precise bites. Toneladas de Fanfaro, replaced with Bisteras du Capitao, brutal honesty from some dyspeptic quartermaster. Your fingertip skims a half-dissolved signature. Ayas could be Tamaz, ship's surgeon on Dagamas, ill-fated third voyage. His journal described using ground mummy powder against scurvy, leading to significantly weirder side effects. A soap bubble surfaces, trapping the word ingrato before popping. Diplomacy fail, probably some unpaid carpenter's final verdict on nobility. Venetian archives confirm at least 14 crews mutinied over missing wages, their captains dumped overboard with outstanding pay stubs in their pockets. Jar 3 gurgles when prodded, announcing its resentment. Inside, pages refuse to uncurl tight as rosary beads soaked in spite. You drip lamp oil onto the brine, a questionable choice. The liquid swirls, forming a micro-hurricane that sucks sentences into its vortex. Ghost script flickers beneath the tempest. Now cant au infante saber, as don't tell the prince about an ink jellyfish swallows the rest. Prince Henry, the navigator, died, surrounded by encrypted logs that later archivists labeled mass hallucinations. The brine thickens, suddenly, slimy strands catching your tweezers. Whale oil reacting with century-old algae. You withdraw strings of gloop dangling like swamp kelp. Now serving maritime ramen, you announce, the joke echoing bleakly off cabin walls. Moonlight hits the largest jar, illuminating a single legible line, as aguas sao caminhos para os perdidos. Water roads for the lost, poetic enough to haunt Portuguese fado songs for generations. Modern marine biologists discovered loggerhead turtles navigate using magnetic memories, an eons-old system superior to any age of discovery compass. Pressure builds inside the vessels, or is that your eardrums collapsing? One stopper rattles like a dying man's last breath. Records claim Admiral Cortriel kept storm prophecies in mercury-filled flasks, their vibrations foretelling squalls. Such dangerous antiques now languish in university vaults, too toxic for display. You give jar 2 a cautious shake. Letters detach, rearranging into Ella está sob Gibraltar. Under Gibraltar. Seville archives contain wild folktales of sunken cities beneath the strait, punishment for mythical king's arrogance. The final page sinks, its farewell devoured by ravenous salt. Only ivory scraps remain, bones stripped clean of meaning. Some secrets rot better than others. Brine drips from your elbow, shocking a map, pondering its existence west of Japan. Forgotten syllables glisten before evaporating. Perdo, forgiveness, or perhaps just a lost plea for more pickling vinegar. Light bleeds from the porthole, dawn or dusk. You can't tell anymore. The jars stand sentinel, their contents dissolving, until even the ghosts forget. Cleaning up feels sacrilegious, yet you leave them be. Their truths were never meant for dry land. Wind whistles through cracked ceramic lips, a melody soaked in things best left submerged. Your neck protests as you crane upward, dust motes dancing in the lamplight like drunken stars. That discolored patch above the navigation desk finally makes sense. A ledger page plastered against worm-eaten boards. Someone glued it there with what smells like figs and desperation. Whale oil flickers across the parchment, revealing veins, not wood grain trade routes. Lisbon to Ceuta splinters into capillary-thin paths, spreading toward China. Arrows pierce unmarked territories, their barbs tinged rust brown. Iron gall ink reacts weirdly over decades, turning blood red where acidic sweat dripped. The calculations hit first. 53 equations nest along the margins, each in different colored ink. Tyrian purple for lunar cycles, verdigris for currents. A bilious yellow you'd swear was sulfur-based. Medieval apothecaries sold 7 chromatic inks, each supposedly channeling specific cosmic truths. Nutmeg smugglers supposedly used indigo logs to hide transactions from tax demons bonkers. But Porto's Maritime Museum displays 3 such ledgers. Your fingertip hovers over the glowing path, not metaphorically. The faintest silver shimmer trails from Mozambique to Malacca. Mercury, ground moonstone. The Avis dynasty hoarded alchemical recipes. Henry, the navigator himself, funded transmutation trials. One scribble suggests the formula includes tears of Santo Antonio, though historians still argue whether that's coded language or actual martyr-adjacent saline. Pressure builds behind your eyes. These numbers aren't adding up. Or rather, they add up too perfectly. Departure dates, monsoon delays, shipworm speed decay, all compensated for in advance. These are routes plotted backward, as if someone knew how long each voyage would take before setting sail. A draft sneaks under the door, making the parchment breathe. The silver path pulses, ignoring 1,494's Treaty of Tordesillas entirely. Spain and Portugal divided the globe along a meridian. But this line swerves like a dodgy drunk, avoiding gendarmes. 3 wine stains bloom near India, each coinciding with Vasco da Gama's violent port negotiations. Coincidence? Unlikely. The stains align with monsoon cycles. Someone tracked rainfall through vintage spillage, proto-meteorology via Cabernet Sauvignon. Your nail snags on a correction. Midnight blue ink overrides black, changing a cargo tally from 12 last ton of pepper to 11 last ton, and 1 pardon. Royal Archives confirm spice ships carried sealed pardons, escape clauses for captains who exceeded acceptable brutality quotas. That sulfur yellow script loops around Madagascar, forming a tangled knot of velocities. 11 knots with following grief. Poetry or a cipher. Portuguese navigators measured speed by tossing logs overboard, counting how fast their grief for dry land receded. Lamplight warms the parchment's edge, revealing hair-thin stitches. This isn't 1 page, it's 5. Expertly grafted. The seam along Cadiz practically floats, held by threads thinner than spider silk. Silk Road merchants supposedly sewed secrets between fabric layers. But maps, that's next-level paranoia. A muffled clink makes you freeze. Above the ledger, a rusted chain dangles a lead weight, suspended precisely where Timbuktu should be. Sahara caravans often carried lead prayer tokens, discreet ballast against betrayal winds. Moisture warps the southern hemisphere. Argentina's coastline sags like wet laundry. Funny, Magellan wouldn't discover that strait for decades. So, how'd 15th century glue capture future geography? Maybe the same way Nostradamus predicted fire, foggy, luck plus selective interpretation. Your shadow stretches across the ceiling, triggering something. The silver path brightens, forks, becomes 3 rivers meeting inland. No major waterways exist there now, just contested deserts. Satellite imaging recently revealed ancient riverbeds under the Sahara's dunes, proof of greener eons. Dust rains into your eye as you squint. Tiny numerals swarm near the fork each, no bigger than a flea. Magnifying the lamp's glass reveals dates, but not AD. Hijri years, Islamic calendar, Granada's fall scattered Moorish scholars, some carrying maps unseen by Christian eyes. 7 ink colors converge on Cyprus, then stop. 37 ships sent there, records show 39 returned. Mismatched hulls could mean captured prizes or something else. Naval logs from that era frequently misplaced vessels, then blamed Krakatoa's ash clouds. Your lungs sting, you've forgotten to breathe. The calculations still glow, each digit now pulsing like a feeble heartbeat. The arithmetic of borrowed time, blending Moorish algebra with Venetian interest rates. Compound discoveries paid forward into oblivion. Lamplight dims, oil running low. The silver path flickers, pleading. Some questions shouldn't be answered, but you trace it anyway, finger skating over phantom continents, until the flame gutters, and sealing cartography returns to dust and fig glue. Wind rattles the chain above Timbuktu, its lead weight swinging toward an ink blot shaped like your shadow. The pendulum knows what you'll choose. Your sleeve snags on leather, unfurling a map stitched with impossible coastlines. Ottoman crescents clash with Norse runes along its edges, each thread humming faintly. The lamp's flame gutters, silvering whirlpools marked here swallower of moons. That smell hits first, not aged paper but singed horsehair. Medieval mapmakers sometimes burned threads to seal phantom islands. Supposedly, this made uncharted territories untraceable by rival spies. Experts found scorched threads in Venetian portalains, though whether that was craftsmanship or cardo sabotage, who knows? Your thumbnail finds a ridge beneath Greenland, stitched over vellum, hiding older markings. Peeling it back reveals faded Phoenician glyphs. Carthaginian traders supposedly reached those fjords, hiding tin trade routes from Rome. Mainstream academics call bull, but 12% of modern Icelanders carry Mediterranean DNA markers. The lamp flares, exposing cities beneath Antarctica's inked glaciers. One bears the label YS in Breton script. Legends claim tidal waves drowned that sinful metropolis, though historians still argue whether YS was real or just clergy scare stories. Worn patches shimmer like fish scales, scraped by desperate erasers. Norse settlers actually built turf houses in Vinland, proven by Elance, Ox Meadows cook pits, yet this map squishes their cabins between Libyan sand dunes and fire-breathing salamanders. Accurate it's not. You lean closer, spotting corrected coastlines in fermented squid ink. Clever, it darkens when exposed to moonlight. Sailors used similar tricks to hide smuggling routes from customs lamps. Rotterdam's Maritime Prize Collection displays a 1612 chart with identical concealments. A joke stitches itself along Brazil's coast, Latin cursive declaring beyond here dragons, and probably dysentery. Navigators often scribbled snark in margins. 115.2 map labels Antarctica, Pope's icebox, entry forbidden. 3. Embroidery threads vibrate under your touch, tightened centuries ago with tuning forks. Resonance cartography, batshit theory, suggested landmarks could be tuned to hum at specific frequencies. Records show Da Vinci doodled similar devices, then promptly burned the sketches. The Azores region pulses unnaturally, scattered dots forming Ursa Major's shape. Portuguese chronicles mention sailors navigating by star reflections in the sea. Practical? No. Poetic? Hell yes. Leaning down, you notice minuscule chainmail woven into the vellum's fibers. Blended metals, tin for flexibility, iron for magnetic sensitivity. Persian armorers pioneered such alloys, their secrets stolen during Mongol sackings. Your knuckle bumps a leather island, its surface sticky with old tar. Rorschach blots suggest this represents Socotra, actual dragon's blood tree, resin, still harvested there today. The real kicker, it's edible. Explorers chewed it for vitamin C tasting like iron and regret. Moonlight shifts, revealing inverted mountain ranges, dripping upward like candle wax. Tibetan sky burial sites inspired such anti-peaks on some medieval maps. Corpses fed to vultures above certain altitudes. Silk threads squirm beneath the main continent. Live stitches you swear weren't moving before. Experts in Samarkand supposedly spun silk from worm glands that twitched during earthquakes. That acrid whiff again. Burnt almonds laced with ammonia. Alchemists called this cartographers' agony phosphor solutions for glow-in-dark inks that sometimes detonated during humid nights. 60 monks reportedly died, illuminating a single Beatus map, though skeletons found in Majorca's scriptorium suggest food poisoning. North Africa's coastline itches to be touched, raised bumps marking hidden oases. Braille before Braille Berber guides encoded water sources this way. The technique got lost after crusaders melted the metal plates. Lamplight catches a droplet near Japan, amber resin trapping a mosquito mid-bite. Prehistoric, but accurate down to its striped abdomen. 13 such insects grace the map, each positioned where plagues altered trade routes. The leather backing peels, exposing a prayer in backward Hebrew. Crypto-Jews often hid texts inside objects during Inquisition hunts. Lisbon's Archaeology Museum preserves a spice chest lined with identical psalms. Sudden vertigo, the floor tilts like a storm-tossed deck. You grab the table, knuckles whitening. The map's whirlpools now spin counterclockwise. Navigators called this treading Leviathan's rings, believing certain currents could flip direction during lunar eclipses. One thread glows cobalt, thrumming where Crete's labyrinth should be. Recent sonar scans revealed massive underground aqueducts there, perfect matches for Daedalus's mythical maze. The lamp dims, oil nearly spent. In the dying light, the stitches rearrange themselves. Ocean becomes mountain, desert becomes glacier, every thread slithering like veins in a living thing. Your palm slams down, pinning the shifting parchment. It bucks beneath your grip, a last gasp of dormant magic, then falls still. Silk threads now spell your birth month in Norse runes if you squint sideways. Coincidence? Probably. But your heartbeat sounds like war drums anyway. The singed parchment curls toward your palm, edges brittle as dried seaweed. That campfire scent sharpens, hickory smoke mixed with funeral incense. Medieval scribes often burned failed maps, but these stains look intentional, ritualistic. Your thumb rubs carbon streaks. They smear like eyeliner. 14th century ink recipes sometimes included crushed beetle shells, creating accidental fireproofing. Restorers found identical residue on Avignon's burned papal scrolls, which somehow survived 7 blazes. A flake lifts, revealing letters beneath the scorch marks. More sailors drown in light than darkness. The words glisten like wet charcoal. Lisbon's harbor masters whispered that proverb during foggy departures, an early warning against overconfidence. One corner remains unburned, showing a child's doodle of waves swallowing castles. Tidal wave folklore permeated Portugal after the 1755 earthquake. Tsunamis crushing coastal towns under 40-foot walls of water. Lamplight catches a fingerprint in the ash spiral whorls pressed deep. Forensic archivists proved Alfonso Villa's spy network left such marks on dispatches, their acid-soaked gloves eating into parchment. You blow gently, ash specks swirl into miniature tornadoes. 3 settle near Antarctica's margin, forming Orion's belt. Navigators steered by stellar patterns long before compasses dominated, their constellations shifting with each age. The smoke taste shifts, burnt sugar now, sugarcane refineries dotted Madeira's coast, their molten waste sometimes ignited entire docks. One captain's log blames a flaming barrel of rum for incinerating his ship's atlas. Peeling another layer reveals musical notes beneath, their staff lines drawn with harp strings. Troubadours claim Moorish alchemists encoded wind patterns into melodies, playing certain chords to summon favorable gales. Half a lyric survives. Ashes cradle the unborn coast. A spark flickers in the lamp, its flame thinning to a blue thread. You reach to adjust the wick, but the heat intensifies near the parchment's burned edge. Pyrrhic attraction. 19th century arson investigators coined the term when half-charred documents kept reigniting. Moonlight floods through the porthole, illuminating an intact prayer in the ash. Santa Marta's hymn for calming storms, written backward. Crypto-Jews often reversed texts during forced conversions, their true meaning hidden from Inquisition spies. Charcoal dust coats your tongue. It's faintly metallic. Scholars still argue whether Bartolomeu Dias used blood ash ink for his final Cape Horn chart, or just iron-rich clay. Your nail traces a coastline emerging from the damage, Britain's shape, but bloated westward. Medieval cartographers believed High Brassel Island lay beyond Ireland, rising from fog every 7 years. Mariners swore they glimpsed its oaks through mist, though historians dismiss it as mirage. The central burn hole breathes, expanding, then contracting like a lung. You swear it wasn't doing that before. Certain vellum skins retained animal memories, or so claimed Byzantine tanners. Their premium parchment supposedly twitched during thunderstorms. Suddenly, ash cascades from the ceiling, a powdery snowstorm catching lamplight. Earthquake damage, maybe except it's drifting upward. 16th century convent archives describe identical phenomena before the Great Lisbon quake, rising cinders foretelling collapsing foundations. That sweet smoky stench intensifies. Incense from Goa's destroyed churches. Portuguese traders smuggled charred relics after Marauda raids, believing martyrs, ashes, cursed invaders. A crunch underfoot. You've stepped on a partially burned compass rose. Its north arrow points toward the cabin's bewitched pendulum, now swinging in perfect sync. Lamplight catches a half-melted seal near the bottom, lion crest blurred by heat. John I's royal dispatches used beeswax mixed with pistol powder, so they'd self-destruct if intercepted. You kneel, breath-stirring ash into spectral shapes. One resembles Caravella Latina sails, another a drowning horse. Explorers sometimes burned failed maps at sea, throwing the ashes overboard to calm Poseidon's fury. The final fragments crumble at your touch, revealing a single intact phrase pressed between layers. For the keeper of unseen shores, silence folds around you, thick as felt. Even the pendulum stops. In that stillness, you taste salt water where ash once lingered. Your eyes fix on the brass rings encircling the lamp's base, each groove catching moonlight like swallowed stars. Renaissance astronomers built such devices to predict eclipses, their calculations allowing Venice to time midnight tax collections during total darkness. One ring sticks halfway, its teeth gripping another's curve. Tarnish patterns suggest 70 years of stillness, perhaps since Halley's comet last passed. Victorian enthusiasts swore these mechanisms hum when aligned, a sound recorded as celestial tinnitus in Mary Shelley's travel journals. You nudge the outermost ring. It creaks forward half a degree. Cold bleeds into your fingertip, the metal rejecting touch. Medieval metalworkers sometimes alloyed brass with meteoric iron, believing fallen stars resisted human manipulation. 3 notches glow faintly, their positions matching the 1,415 lunar eclipse. Lisbon's streets flooded that night, crowds panicking as the blood moon drowned in shadow. Historians still argue whether Prince Henry ordered lanterns lit to calm the city or to dazzle Moorish spies with false wealth. Your palm hovers over the innermost ring, its surface impossibly smooth. 19th century forgers could never replicate this polish, their tools leaving microscopic scratches. One theory claims the rings self-heal using volcanic ash from Vesuvius mixed into the alloy during Pompeii's excavation craze. A groove catches your nail, precisely 6 millimeters wide. That's the exact width of Bra's lost eclipse observation dagger, stolen from Prague's Kunstkammer in 1701. Conspiracy journals insist occultists melted it down for ritual instruments like these rings. Moonlight shifts, revealing tiny constellations etched along a hidden edge. Not Ptolemy's patterns, these stars cluster unnaturally. A 1926 Oxford paper suggested they map the sky during the next total solar eclipse, April 8th, 2024. You exhale breath fog, briefly clouding the metal. The tarnished patches reform instantly, spreading like mold across silver. Certain alloys react to carbon dioxide. Navajo jewelers exploited this for breath-activated tarnishing on ceremonial pieces. The lamp flickers, the flame leaning toward the frozen rings. Heat warps the air above them, creating a prismatic shimmer. Byzantine embassies gifted similar devices to caliphs, claiming they could bend daylight into prophecy. One brass segment feels heavier, its underside lined with lead. Counterweights helped eclipse calculators resist ship movement, critical during naval expeditions. Ferdinand Magellan's navigator cursed cheaper models, their rings supposedly jammed during the Pacific crossing's critical eclipse. A sharp click echoes, your sleeve accidentally rotating a ring 2 degrees. The lamp dims, sucking shadows toward the base. Your pupils dilate, counting 11 heartbeats of near darkness. Then blinding light. The flame surges, white gold brilliance washing the cabin. You shield your eyes, spots dancing like inverted stars. Alchemists called this the thief's lantern effect. Sudden flares, revealing hidden map symbols at the cost of temporary night blindness. When vision returns, the rings have shifted. 2 now align perfectly, their engravings interlocking like lovers' fingers. The third remains frozen, its eclipse date illegible beneath grime. You lean closer, counting hair-thin lines between notches. Each mark represents one Saros cycle, 18 years, and 11 days between repeating eclipses. Ancient Babylonians first documented the pattern, though Maya astronomers calculated it with greater precision. Seawater drips onto the outermost ring. It sizzles violently. Patina flakes off, exposing still shiny brass beneath. Shipwrecked divers found identical corrosion on a 14th century astrolabe preserved in anaerobic mud off Sicily's coast. The smell hits you, ozone and burnt sugar. Sugar, always sugar with Portuguese artifacts. Maybe because their navies protected sugar roots, or because cane syrup was used to lubricate delicate mechanisms. Your thumb brushes the central pivot. Sticky residue clings to skin, not syrup tree sap. Brazilian rosewood gum applied annually to prevent gear seizure. Modern horologists pay thousands for vials of the extinct trees, sap known as liquid chronometry. Moonlight vanishes, swallowed by clouds. In the sudden gloom, the rings glow faintly green. Radioluminescence, likely from radium paint, added during some careless 1920s restoration. Marie Curie's notebooks mention Portuguese brass that bites the fingers, possibly referring to such hazards. You wipe dust from the innermost ring's edge, revealing minuscule numbers. 1,384, cut in Gothic script. The year of a near total eclipse over Coimbra. Court records show King Joe I postponed his coronation by 3 hours, awaiting the sun's blessing. Lamplight catches something worse, a hairline crack near the frozen ring's axle, stress fractures from forced rotation, or perhaps from that time the lamp fell during the 1755 earthquake. Lisbon's ruin altered many things, including how we measure time itself. Brass squeals, the rings grinding forward without your touch. Your hand jerks back, skin prickling with static. The mechanism completes half a revolution, then stops. Now all 3 notches hover over empty space, their dance unfinished. The flame shrinks to a blue dot, casting the cabin into negative. This darkness feels different, thicker, older. In the blackness, the rings begin to sing. A low F sharp, the same pitch as Antarctica's ice shelves calving. Geophysicists recorded identical frequencies during the 2017 solar eclipse, dubbing it the moon's farewell aria. Vibration travels up your arm bones, resonating in your molars. You taste iron, or maybe time. When light returns, the rings sit motionless, aligned exactly as before. Only now, their shadows point toward the unlatched window where thunderheads bruise the horizon. A single word echoes in your skull, untraceable to any sound. Soon, the silver cone sways, chains creaking like old rigging. You hadn't noticed it before, hidden among cobwebbed rafters. 19th century pirates used similar mechanisms to guard gunpowder stores. Extinguishing flames before moonlight could betray their position. Your shadow stretches toward it, triggering a sudden downward lunge. Metal whooshes past your ear, cold wind kissing your cheekbone. It stops millimeters above the lamp, hovering with unnatural stillness. 17th century Venetian dueling trainers employed these as humility devices, dousing candles whenever a pupil's posture faltered. Moonlight floods through the porthole, outshining the lamp's amber glow. The snuffer drops like a stooping hawk, silencing the flame mid-flicker. Absolute darkness swallows the cabin, but not before burnt whale oil stings your nostrils. Blindness heightens other senses. Salt crusts crackle under your boots. Distant thunder syncs with your pulse, 3 seconds between boom and heartbeat. Some claim Portuguese navigators could gauge storm distance this way, counting intervals between lightning and wave surge. A click echoes, the snuffer retreating. Lamplight reignites brighter than before. Dark-adapted eyes now see what daylit glances miss: frost patterns creeping across the silver surface. Andean silver mines produced such cryo-weathered metal, hauled down mountains on llama trains during full moons. You tap the cone, it hums at F-sharp. Same pitch as Antarctica's singing icebergs, same resonance as your bones during Lisbon's simulated earthquake ride. Remember that cheesy museum attraction. Tarnish swirls form hypnotic patterns, drunken constellations, mapping unheard of skies. Restorers once tried polishing them off, only to find fresh tarnish regrowing overnight. X-rays later revealed whale oil ash in the alloy, fused during the smelting process. Da Vinci wrote of moon-drinking silver. Historians still argue whether he meant poetic metaphor or an early observation of photolytic oxidation. The chains aren't iron, they're cold-forged meteorite links. Each ring bears Widmanstetten patterns, crystalline signatures found only in space-cooled metal. Victorian seances used such chains to channel cosmic voices, charging 50 guineas per gullible aristocrat. Clouds veil the moon again. The lamp brightens triumphantly. A hairline crack in the snuffer's base leaks something peculiar, not tarnish, but liquid darkness. It pools on the desk, absorbing lamplight like vantablack. Alchemical texts mention solar shadows, substances created during total eclipses. Napoleon supposedly carried a vial to Waterloo, believing it devoured enemies' courage. Sweat drips off your chin, hitting the pool. 8 ripples spread, then freeze mid-undulation. Time glitches. Your next breath takes 11 seconds. You count 7 distinct heartbeats, each louder than ship's cannon. The anomaly passes, the black puddle now solid. Your fingertip brushes it, smooth as obsidian, warm as living flesh. Aztec priests polished similar mirrors to scry star demons, their techniques lost when Cortés melted them for bullion. Moonlight returns, brighter than ever. The snuffer twitches, chains straining like hounds on leashes. It craves extinction, needs it. Medieval clockmakers called this hunger horological sentience, the belief that precision instruments develop desires. 3 barnacles encrust the cone's tip, impossible here. Their growth rings suggest 60 years underwater. But shipworms would have devoured silver. Unless, back to that whale oil alloy, maybe baleen filters the seawater somehow. Marine biologists still find new species in 16th-century shipwrecks creatures that feast on rust and regret. Your sleeve grazes the chains. They vibrate like plucked cello strings. Sound becomes texture, rough melody, scraping your spine. Pirate ships suspended these above captains' beds, their hum lulling insomniac tyrants. Blackbeard's snuffer reportedly buzzed Greensleeves, off-key. The lamp flame stretches, taffy pulling itself toward the snuffer. Heatless light paints the ceiling with star maps unseen since Odysseus sailed. Argo Navis constellation blazes brightest, scrubbed from modern charts for being too showy. Sudden understanding. This isn't a guardian, it's a curator. Preserving visions triggered by precise light ratios. Venetian guilds built churches with similar light locks, revealing hidden frescoes only during solar events. Tourists still crowd St. Mark's Basilica at noon on March 25th, hoping to glimpse the lion's secret. Dust motes float through the lamplight, freezing midair when moonlight intrudes. Suspended particles form words in medieval Portuguese, derretero fechado, closed root. The same phrase recurs in John Cabot's burnt journals, found stuffed inside a rabbit hole desk. You block the moonlight, hand casting a shadow. Snuffer hesitates, retreats an inch. Flame surges, projecting coastline sketches where your shadow falls. Nautical charts bloom across the wall, Cantino's stolen masterpiece, overlapping Walt Seemuller's doomed America. Silver feels warmer now, almost alive. Pulses throb beneath the metal, 6 per minute, slow as a hibernating tortoise or a dying star. Ottoman healers placed similar objects on plague victims, claiming they siphoned bad humors. Surviving examples still emit trace radiation enough to fog unexposed film. A chain link snaps, dangling precariously. Stress fractures spiderweb across the cone, ancient solder failing. Salazar's regime tried replicating these in 1938. Their forgeries corroded within hours. State scientists blamed Marxist humidity. Moonlight dims to lavender, rare atmospheric effect from Saharan dust storms. The snuffer droops, chains slack. Flame turns violet, casting the cabin in negative colors. Your hands appear skeletal. Maps bleed white ink. Cook's crew described similar phenomena during the transit of Venus, attributed it to astronomical melancholy. Black pool liquid begins evaporating, releasing marsh gas and bergamot aromas. 17th-century plague masks used bergamot filters, their wearers unknowingly inventing early aromatherapy. Final moonbeam fades, the snuffer retires ceilingward. Lamp burns, steady now, no longer threatened. Quiet returns, if quiet includes ship timbers groaning like old men in bathhouses. One last glint catches your eye, a tiny hinge beneath the cone. Press it, the snuffer splits open. Inside, folded parchment coated in beeswax. Unfurl it to find Arabic numerals, inked with squid venom, each digit glowing faintly blue. They resolve into coordinates. 39 degrees 50 8 degrees 51. Pull out that wax-sealed map from your pocket, bought at Porto's flea market last summer. Match the numbers. They land not in the Atlantic, but on Tamar Monastery's well house. Templar strongholds hid worse secrets than this. Snuffer clicks shut, mission complete. The flame sighs contentment, radiating like cat purrs. Outside, dawn bleeds across the horizon. First sunlight hits the chains. They shatter like glass. Silver dust rains down, scratching the desk with final truths. The lamp flares, recording every scratch, every dying spark. The silver dust settles, turning the desk into a constellation of faint scars. It buzzes beneath your palm, micropulses like dormant wasps. Your sleeve brushes it aside, revealing what the dust clung to protect. A mendicant's begging bowl, clay fired black as burnt hymns. Inside lead weights shaped like acorns, each stamped with defaced crosses, arms snapped mid-beam. Authentic Templar artifacts surface rarely. The order dissolved in 1312, their treasures scattered to rogue monasteries. You lift one cold as a bishop's heart. Continental pilgrims once carried these for trade, standardized weights blessed by abbey chancellors. But crosses shouldn't be mutilated unless denounced by Rome herself. The nearest compass lies embedded in the desk, its needle quivering northward. Drop the weight beside it. The needle whips backward, pointing straight at your sternum. 7 more compasses, hidden throughout the cabin, spin wildly, while their brass casings sweat tarnished tears. Sample another weight, this one lighter. Bite it, your teeth leave twin moons in soft metal. Lead from Cornwall, the same mines that supplied Jerusalem's crusader pipes. Or so claimed that auctioneer in Cardiff, though his toupee was 90% taxidermy cat. 3 weights clack together, ringing a dissonant D-flat. Same pitch as Winchester Cathedral's cursed bell, the one that tolls before Dean deaths. Stamped letters hide between cross fractures, now SIGA. Portuguese for do not follow. Historians still argue whether these were anti-navigation charms or receipts for sins pardoned by renegade priests. On the bowl's inner rim, a wavy groove stained azure. Drag your pinky through it, smell oxidized copper. Galician lighthouse keepers used similar paste to mark false north buoys, confusing English privateers searching for Lisboa. You stack 5 weights. They wobble like drunk altar boys. Their mass feels mismatched, some heavy as guilt, others light as blasphemy. Barnacles crust the smallest weight, freshwater species from alpine rivers. How did Salzburg lake scum reach a Portuguese ship? Maybe through the Rhine trade routes, or inside some mercenary's boot. Place 2, defaced crosses atop each other. Their fractures align, forming a perfect Celtic knot. Templars adopted the symbol after Jerusalem's fall, rebranding themselves as holy rope makers. The compass needle now spins ceaselessly, a metallic dervish kicking tarnished dust. 17th century naval logs mention satanic swirls near Bermuda. Could have been misplaced Templar weights, confusing ship instruments. Your shadow stretches toward the bowl, triggering a pressure change. Eardrums pop, the cabin air thickening like church incense. Deeper inspection reveals tiny numbers beneath each cross, XV Roman 18 Roman 9, Roman numerals matching the weight's grams. But Templar measurements used Arabic ounces until 1403. So who recalibrated these? A hairline crack splits the largest weight, oozing faint yellow liquid. Sulfur scent mixes with rosemary. Napoleon's artillery used such paste to lubricate cannonballs. Moonlight hits the bowl. The numbers glow like sick fireflies. You scoop all the weights into your satchel. 3 immediately burrow through the fabric. They thud against the floorboards, rolling toward hidden compartments. 1 lodges beneath the desk's leg, tilting it sharply. Ink vials slide, spilling indigo across false coastlines. The stain creeps into a map, labeled Terra do Brasil, centuries before Cabral's discovery. Compulsively, you pocket 4 weights. Instantly, your left leg goes numb. Drop them, sensation floods back like thawing frostbite. The bowl's base reveals 9 concentric circles, charred by candle heat. Inquisition interrogators forced suspects to grip similar bowls during trials, blistering hands if they lied. Trepanation tools rattle in a nearby drawer, their bone handles vibrating toward the weights. Magnetic. No, leads not magnetic unless those kerf crosses conceal iron shavings. File scrape a weight peeling back lead skin beneath meteorite iron threaded through sulfur crystals. Rare Widmanstetten patterns again, same as those chains from before. Your compass needle now swings west, drawn toward Jerusalem's longitude. Deliberate misdirection, so navigators who distrust their tools steer into Algerian reefs. Examine a cross's broken arms, not defaced, melted. Blowtorch heat could do this, or dragon fire, according to those geeks at the Templar Con you accidentally live-streamed. A final weight hides inside a false acorn cap, its surface smooth as communion wafers. Squeeze it, the lead squeals like stepped-on rats. Outside, a cormorant's cry splits the dawn. The cabin compasses synchronize, needles stuttering northeast. Toward Monsanto, where fake Templar relics flood modern gift shops. Their most popular item, lead weights stamped with cross-shaped bottle openers. Drop the last weight into the bowl. It spins on its axis. Defaced cross becomes a blur, fractured arms knitting into temporary wholeness. Bowl, weights, compass. They vibrate in harmony, D-flat deepening to C-sharp. Deck timbers hum along, tuned like some monstrous church organ. Your jaw buzzes, molars itching with phantom tides. Ebbing, flowing, ebbing, then silence. The begging bowl cracks cleanly down the middle, a dried riverbed across its basin. Weights tumble out, burying themselves in sawdust and salt. Only one remains visible, perched on the desk's edge. You leave it balancing their tiny apostate sentinel. Outside, the rising sun ignites Mediterranean waves. North feels different now. Your fingernail catches on vellum rough as a privateer's conscience. Portolan charts sprawl beneath crown-approved maps, their coastlines disagreeing like quarreling spouses. You peel back the top layer, glued with something that smells of chapel wine and crushed beetles. The true chart emerges, drawn in oxblood ink. Azores Islands float too far west. Cape Bojador's cliffs lean inland, 37 degrees north, where Agincourt arrows once darkened French skies. The compass rose twists like a hanged man. Lamplight licks the errors, they squirm. Deliberate mistakes guide enemies into tidal claws, Cape Horn maelstroms hungry for arrogant ships. That's the hidden flourish, each misplaced rock a weaponized daydream. Tattered regal maps hang above lion crests, stamped like prison brands. Their official coastlines bulge with phantom bays, circles marking reefs that don't exist. Enemies trusting these would founder on Brittany's teeth or drift into Barbary pirate waters. Run your thumb along a fake estuary labeled Cod Haven. Slimy residue, wrong viscosity for squid ink, debated for decades whether mapmakers used menstrual blood for traplines. Scholars still argue if cartographic revenge outweighed royal paychecks. One chart feels warmer near Madeira. Palms leave steam prints. Press your ear to it. Faint screams echo. Or maybe just Atlantic winds howling through a cracked porthole. Hard to tell here. Defaced Templar weights clink in your pocket, their presence warping nearby inkwells. Up close, the chart's errors align with magnetic anomalies. Clever, using cursed lead to correct sabotage. Squint at a cluster of barnacle doodles. They morph into minuscule ships, their sails catching fire where Malacca should be. Someone painted these with ground hagfish slime, preserved for 6 centuries. Nasty things, hagfish, but their mucus outlasts empires. A gilded frame holds the king's accurate map, glass thick as communion wine. Scratch its surface, the gold leaf flakes away. Beneath, papyrus recycled from Moorish poetry. Waste, not even treason has budgets. Salted stains complicate the Azores, blotches pretending to be whale migration routes. Nudge a candle closer. Heat reveals terrified faces in the stains, captains realizing too late. Drop a Templar weight onto Sicily. It rolls southeast, defying deck tilt. Then, plonk into an inked whirlpool. The paper sizzles its edges, blackening like burnt offering. Your shadow touches the chart, error, lines briefly glow emerald. 1459, Portugal suppressed this trick after Duarte Pacheco's crew vanished testing volcano shortcuts. Historians call it coincidence, you call it karma. Check compasses bolted to table legs. 2 spin toward false capes, others point at your liver. Their needles bend like arthritic fingers, straining toward Normandy's Lies River, where magnetic sand supposedly scrambles sane thoughts. Medieval sailors feared such places, prayed to Saint Nicholas before passing. Peel a corner of vellum, 27 sublayers flutter like moth wings. Each adds fresh lies to old ones, cartographic lasagna, steaming with bad intentions. Lamp oil thickens, scent shifting from whale to brined pork. Some navigators blamed spoiled meals for map errors, never suspecting the maps themselves. A folded battle plan sticks to your wrist, its wax seal soft as earlobes. Unfurl it, childish handwriting marks French troop positions at Poitiers. Butter stains obscure the winning flank maneuver. Teenage mapmaker, perhaps sent into exile for giggles during statecraft. Blue ink bleeds through certain coastlines, revealing older truths beneath. England's coast, once curved like a scimitar Greenland, held no ice, and Japan floated where California sweats now. Outside, dawn paints albatross wings pink. The cabin's shadows retreat, clinging to charts like ashamed secrets. Moon compasses reset, their brass rims dripping condensation onto trap islands. One droplet hits terra incognita, spreading into the shape of a hanged weasel. Ominous, or just sleep deprivation. Compare harbor depths on 3 identical charts, varied wildly. 6 fathoms here, 400 there. Someone got creative with soundings. 76 phony measurements per sheet, matching the captain's age when executed for poor record keeping. Breathe too close to the parchment. Your exhale stirs inked waves. They crash against imagined headlands, frothing with what might be ground pearl or dandruff. Charts whisper when stacked arguments in dead dialects. One whines about tide cycles, another insists elephants roam the Arctic. Toss a crown-approved map aside, it knocks over an hourglass. Sand flows upward, clogging in neck. Your pulse quickens until realizing you've been holding it inverted. Portolan rum lines swarm like manic spiders, each thread tangling toward deception. Touch one, static shocks your cuticle. Silk fibers woven into paper. Only Genoa's blind monks spun chart thread that fine before their unfortunate dolphin fuel accident. Lamplight flicks east, sunrise canceling its contract with the sea. Shadows abandon their posts, hiding beneath furniture and poor choices. Dawn stripes the maps, washing their deceptions thin as rice paper. You yawn, tongue tasting of lamp smoke and cellar damp. Through salt-encrusted glass, a sight snags your gaze. A western porthole framing impossible spice ships. Their sails blush mango gold, bound for a shore where cinnamon trees pierce monsoon clouds. Vasco da Gama anchored here, his crews ravaged by scurvy, trading iron nails for Malabar pepper. Actual fact, Portuguese sailors called those first Indian ports the grocery store of devils. The vision holds, watercolor hues bleeding across cabin walls. Sandalwood perfume cuts through mold, 32 degrees heat pricks your neck. No ships float upside down now, their hulls mirroring mountains draped in cardamom vines. A nagging voice whispers this is sleep deprivation, the lamp's final joke. Turn away, knuckles whitening on a chair that felt solid moments ago. Plank grain dissolves beneath your palm, splinters becoming dust motes. Even the crow's nest sketches fade, their charcoal lines unwinding like murdered snakes. Lamplight shrinks to marble size, its flame pale as a dead girl's thumbnail. Shadows abandon their posts, slithering under doors that no longer exist. Your boot sinks into floorboards softer than Armenian cotton, the cabin surrendering to memory. Templar weights tumble from your pocket, hitting nothingness with muffled clinks. 3 charts float like birch bark, ink evaporating midair. Queen Maria's signature uncurls, smoke letters spelling burn before reading. That quirky marketplace ghost story resurfaces, the one sailors swore by. How Nagapatnam's pepper traders haunt docks as crab-clawed phantoms. Nonsense. But right now, you trade 10 doubloons for crab claws to grip reality. You blink, India ripples, replaced by a sunbeam spearing through void dust. Something sighs, perhaps the lamp, perhaps your own lungs collapsing a century too early. Historians still argue whether Da Gama's astrolabe malfunctioned, or if he intentionally sailed through mirages. Grab where the desk stood, fingers catching only grit and regret. The last warmth flees, those phantom spice ships dissolving like sugar in gin. Silence thickens, broken by a single dry click. The lamp's hinge admitting defeat. Dust settles on your shoulders, lighter than powdered saffron, heavier than a dynasty's fall. Your shadow stretches across the vellum, longer than any noonday watch, as you fumble for the empty ink pot. Dry as a Saharan well, this glass vessel, caked with century-old pigment. Remember those squid ink sketches from Genoa's docks? Not helpful now, unless you enjoy mapping with dust. Fingernails scrape the crusted rim, snagging a single granule of indigo. Pearl of wisdom, always check ink levels before reality dissolves. 78 voyages documented here. Da Gama's supply logs confirm, yet none needed summoning countries from shadow play. The quill hovers, its crow feather molted during Magellan's Mutiny Week. Your own silhouette ripples, independent of candleless light, etching rivers where your wrist trembles. Historians still argue whether medieval ink masters added urine for viscosity, though you'd prefer not knowing. Lines crystallize beneath the phantom nib, mountain ranges emerging with each blink. Cartographers blink, a metronome for terra incognita. 1, and the Hindu Kush rises jagged as broken molars. 2, and a valley floods with saffron fields nobody farmed. Hilarious, your eyelid flutter choreographing geography. They never taught this technique in Lisbon's navigation school. Advanced shadow casting prerequisites. Insomnia and one existential crisis. Parchment drinks the nothingness, gulping invisible ink only your shadow provides. North bleeds into an archipelago shaped like Mona Lisa's smirk. Reality's napkin sketch at best, yet pulse quickens. Is that scent jasmine or just mold hallucinations? Midnight humidity glues your collar down, sweat becoming Nile tributaries between shoulder blades. The inkwell's ghost offers more than pigment. It seeps into cuticles, bluing your fingerprints. Permanent souvenir, your tombstone should read, had Atlas job left smudges. Press harder, desk groaning, under imagined continents. Versailles materializes as a dung beetle's ball, complete with Louis XIV's wig crown. Historians love debating wig lice policies, but focus, that's Paris upside down near your elbow. A sneeze almost wrecks Antarctica. Gesundheit, you mutter to nobody. The shadow quill slips, carving Greenland into Tasmania's twin. Freud would have opinions about that slip. The dusty air sharpens, prickling nostrils with phantom peppermill giggles. Your knuckle brushes something wet, though everything here died desiccated. Not ink, no, a tear smudging the Philippines into Sri Lanka. Crying over accidental colonialism, how avant-garde. Light shifts, a gull's wing eclipsing the porthole moon, its cry stretching the shadow map eastward. Now Kamchatka Peninsula tickles California. Touche Mother Nature, you chaotic draftsman, tilt your head, and the inkless atlas rotates, showing sea monsters in bipartisan districts. Congress of Leviathans, passing bills on kelp tariffs. One winks its eye, a perfect Brexit referendum ballot. Legends claim Prince Henry's scribes used bat blood ink under new moons, quaint superstition. Though right now, you drain a whole colony for real liquid. The shadow lines thrum, vibrating like spider silk in hurricanes. Dawn bleeds reluctantly through cloud wool, threatening to unmake your nocturnal cartography. Blink faster, frantically. Birth canalizing Iceland from Greenland before sunrise sterilizes everything. A historical nugget surfaces. Portuguese spice routes deliberately charted typhoon zones to mislead rivals. No honor among empire builders. Just ask the orphaned sextants. Map edges curl defensively, your shadow thinning as light invades. That hidden inland sea evaporates, leaving salt rings where Jerusalem floated. Did the lamp foresee this ephemeral atlas, or is failure its final lesson? Palm slams down, preserving Brazil's coastline by sheer willpower. It sticks momentarily, rainforests rustling under wrist sweat, then dissolves like sugar in gin again. Final act, the quill snaps, impossibly, despite never touching parchment. Crow feather drifts into a freshly drawn Bermuda Triangle. Poetic, if you ignore the yawning mediocrity of defeat. Light wins, your shadow retreats, taking unborn fjords and untasted wines with it. The vellum lies blank, wiped cleaner than a bankrupt banshee's ledger. Laughter barks out, startling a spider off its rotten web. Not your finest creation, but neither was flat earth theory. At least you didn't use squirrel blood ink, probably. Breeze whisks the feather into floor cracks, final resident of your unmapped realms. A quirky tidbit whispers back. Bavarian monks once encoded saintly visions in quillbarb angles. Not helpful, but bonus points for esoteric flair. Silence thickens, broken only by your thumbnail scratching vellum. No grooves, no evidence. Just smooth calfskin mocking last night's delirium. Standing jolts blood through numb legs, knees popping like Venetian fireworks. The cabin feels heavier, as if your failed continents settled between rafters. Last glance back, the inkwell glints innocent as a widow's wedding band. You swear the air spells something in cursive only shadows read. Then, sunlight incinerates the illusion, leaving dust, motes pirouetting through emptiness. Your shadow yawns, stretching toward futures uncatalogued by any lamp or ledger. Salt air parts the door, fetching promises of coffee and less metaphysical mornings. The cabin's morning warmth feels wrong, out of step with the briny draft sneaking under the door. Sunlight etches dust stripes across floorboards, all but 2 planks near the lamp's empty perch. Warped oak shouldn't cradle heat like this, not when the hearth died hours ago. 70 years ago, time's rubber band snap leaves bruises. Your palm presses the suspicious spot, wood grain humming against skin. A subsonic purr echoing Lisbon's shipyard hammerfalls. Historians still debate whether Vasco da Gama scuttled 3 caravels near Mombasa, their holds stuffed with forbidden maps. You taste brine, suddenly sure those charts ended here, underfoot. A quirky tickle in your thumb joint, that same click felt winding antique clocks. Fringe theory whispers old navigators, embedded whalebone gears in furniture, crude seismographs for sensing island chains, laughable until your fingernail snags a hairline crack, perfectly circular. Kneeling pinches your diaphragm, forcing air out in a low hiss. The sound bridge collapses into old prayers for dead sailors. Their names flake off registry logs. Official story claims drunk rigging or Kraken diplomacy. You know better the lamp's final sigh tasted like scorched coral. Tooth marks encircle the hidden panel's edge. Someone gnawed their way to truth when lock picks failed. Noble rot grinding molars on secrets. Sweat beads along your upper lip, salty as cape furred windward spray. Yesterday's coffee turns ambitious in your stomach. Nails are worthless here, all chewed down from scraping at legends. The knife from your boot fits, snug as a pardon from the Pope. Blade tip kisses the groove. Hesitation costs 3 heartbeats, each thudding like dropped oranges on chapel stone. Twist, and the wood spasms, splinters biting back. A compartment exhales centuries of trapped twilight, scented with bergamot and panic. Inside nothing but a square of black velvet, mocking you. Princess Bride poison gamble writ small. Lift the cloth, fingers trembling not from fear, but caffeine deficit. The fabric parts, revealing a single cowrie shell, its porcelain underbelly etched with navigational tables. Oldest trick, hiding empire in beauty. Your scoff echoes too loud, startling a mouse from its moldy toast fortress. Payment for existential dread, 1 lousy seashell. Yet its curves snag the sunlight, casting numerals onto the wall, coordinates aligning with Jo'oi's missing Ilha's du Aro. Golden Isles indeed, mythical mid-Atlantic splurges, advertised in tavern ditties. They never existed right, except Prince Regent's wasted forests printing their fantasy borders. 500 men vanished checking, same as you'd lose tracking Bigfoot's tax returns. Turn the shell, angling its shadow play. Coastlines slither into focus, Brazil's bulge kissing what shouldn't be Africa's hip. Here be forgery, wishful thinking, the math scratches at basal ganglia. This Mercator before Mercator precision hits wrong. A telltale rasp behind you, floorboard rising like Dracula's coffin lid. Compartment 2. How greedy can one cabin get? Inside, slate tablets scratched with lunar declination tables. And teeth, human molars threaded onto kite string. Quirkier than Baroque dentistry, these enamel beads marked with zodiac glyphs, some desperate soul strung a confession, molar Morse code. Historians would auction kidneys for this proof, but you pocket it quietly. The world isn't ready. Outside, waves churn butter against the hull, drowsy lullabies, undercut by hunger pangs. Your pirating concludes with 2 molars and a shell. Trophyless Prometheus. Still, the click in your thumb joint returns, this time synced to tide retreat rhythms. Press the warm floorboards once more, capricious radiator of cosmic jokes. Distant breakers roar, but beneath them, a staccato rhythm answers your palm. 3 slaps, 2 pauses, a gulp, then Morse for abandoned hope. The message repeats, interval shortening, now syncopated with your pulse, shells trembling in unison, mouse frozen mid-bite. Even dust motes halt their downward drift, listening. Crashing waves cease for 7 heartbeats, an ocean inhaling before revelation. Through the silence, a watery knuckle wraps wood beneath your knees. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Are you still making maps? The lamp's warmth lingers in the floorboards, a stubborn dream refusing dawn. Press your palm there, feel how wood hums low like a ship's hull cradled by tides. Those faint pulses, not your heartbeat. The sea's distant reply. Breathe in slow bergamot and brine still hanging in the air. 2 treasures weigh your pocket, a shell etched with forgotten numbers, molars strung like stars, proof of madness or genius. Let the debate rust away tonight. Outside, waves fold into whispers. Count each crest 3, 8, 12. The ocean taps against the cabin's bones, mosquito lullabies for landlocked sailors. Your thumb joint quiets, finally synced to deeper rhythms. No more clocks to wind. That hidden compartment stays open, velvet mouth, yawning empty. Good. Some questions crumble like salt biscuits, best swallowed, not solved. Let historians gnaw at legends tomorrow. Tonight imagine Joe I's lost fleet sails fraying into starlight, anchored in your sleep. Mouse paws scritch-scurry overhead, tiny cartographer charting crumbs. You smile, pillow cool against your cheek. Even dust settles now, gravity winnowing gold from shadow. Shells and teeth mute confessions. Place them on the windowsill, let moonlight bleach their stories pale. You've carried enough. The tapping beneath the floorboards slows, 1 pause, 1. A watery finger drawing circles, asking. You murmur air and ache, no more maps. Floorwood cools under your touch, finally silent. Outside, waves remember their ancient hush. Dark swallows, coordinates, tides, teeth, the whole glittering lie of empire. Rest, the ocean's knitting its net of foam far below. You just another buoy bobbing in the black. Drift now, shell heavy, unafraid. Dawn can't find you here. Listen how the void between waves grows softer than velvet, deeper than compass north. Let it pull you under into the nameless blue where all sailors dissolve. Your breath unravels. The lamp flickers its last, not with light, but warmth. A final ember in the wood's memory. Let go. The sea's already singing your lungs to sleep.